Good evening, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here. Um, yeah, if any of you, the reason why we're late tonight and the reason why, gosh, I'm hoping that we don't start having lag and lots of issues, is I divided. So this is something I mentioned in the previous stream. Um, to have a PC at my office, I decided to part out my streaming PC, and I thought, no big deal. I'll just get an RX 4080. That'll be just fine. And I threw that in, and it's not very good. QZ, thank you so much for the giveaway. Everyone hit join exclamation point join on Twitch if you want the mug. Thank you so much, QZ. That's super cool of you. Anyway, so yeah, I have a 4060 in here, and it just cannot handle Twitch enhanced broadcast plus streaming to YouTube. I'm working on it. I tried to get a GPU this morning. I wanted to get the AMD 9070 XT, and I missed out. So it's a huge bummer, but I'm working on it. One of these companies will let me give them their money, give them my money. So yeah, that's where we're at with that. Anyway, good evening, everybody. Thank you all for being here. Your struggle from Rail Mug comes from Planner Duck today. Nice, Christian. Hopefully enjoy that. Team AMD, don't change your computers is the moral of the story. I mean, that is one of the morals you could take away from it. But here's the thing. The Office has been awesome. I feel like I recorded the best video that I've had in a long time at the office. Actually, I'll show you. Let me show you. I need some help, actually. I'll keep saying actually. I need some help in picking a thumbnail because I'm indecisive. So I'll let you guys be the judges of this. So Magnolia County coming up this morning. This is one thumbnail option. The other is this one. Spoiler alert, but either way, they're a thumbnail, so you'll get to see one of the two. So I don't know. I don't know which one you guys think is better. But oh yeah. So one or two. Let's see. One or two. One? Really? I thought that 2 was going to win for sure. Twitch says almost everyone says 1. Some people say 2. Okay. 2. Now I see a bunch of 2s. You know what? Because of that, because Twitch has opinions and YouTube isn't saying much, I think I've got to ask YouTube how they're feeling about it. I'm going to poll YouTube. Better thumbnail. 1 or 2? 1 being the one on the left, 2 being the one on the right. I'm going to give you guys a couple seconds while I crack open my beer and see where you guys are tuning in from. So good evening, everybody. Where's everyone joining from? I switched it on you? I didn't switch it. Oh, wait. Yeah, 2 is right. Left is... Yeah, it's the same. It's currently going back and forth. If you're watching the early access version, some of you guys will see one, some of you will see the other. Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Vancouver, New York, Dayton, right across the Wisconsin border, Illinois or Minnesota, I'm not sure, or Michigan, Wyoming, Long Beach, Detroit, Arizona, Buffalo, New York, Pennsylvania, Philly, Pennsylvania, Shreveport, Louisiana, Austin, Dallas, Roswell, Georgia, Alberta, Canada, La Planta, Argentina, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Beaverton, Michigan, Arizona, Puerto Rico, New Mexico, Mexico City, Turkey, Nebraska. Oh my goodness. Crazy Mage. Thank you so much. That's super generous of you. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Anyone just got one? Hop onto the Discord. Early access to this video with the thumbnail that we're taking a look at right now. YouTube, with almost 200 votes, 205 votes, 80% says that this one is the better thumbnail. So I'm going to lock that in. So my inclination was that the Main Street one was a better thumbnail. So you guys have an idea of what this is about. Yeah, I love it. It's a good one. West Virginia, your bathroom. Hopefully everything's good in your bathroom. Verona. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm going to be sipping on a Central Waters Stout, which is the exact same thing I had last time. But I really enjoy it. So we're going to have that one. Before we join and start looking at Skylines, though, I figure we'll go over the thing that's on everyone's mind. If you haven't heard, we got a status update on the asset editor and console. And I feel like I have to talk about this first because it's on everyone's mind. Too long didn't read. Basically, yeah, video's coming out tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Central Time. Long story short, there is no... They said that console won't come before summer, and that the asset editor is still being worked on, and that the line that jumped out to me the most was they're removing Unity dependencies. So they talked about these Unity dependencies a while ago. I believe it was actually in this Journey to Launch video where they basically said that Unity promised them something. Unity promised them a feature of Unity that never materialized, and it appears that it still hasn't. So as a result, they're removing those dependencies and creating their own as it relates to the asset editor. From what I understand, it's serialization, which, from my understanding, from my limited interactions with modders about this topic, serialization is the numbering of the assets. So my guess, this is not me talking to Colossal Order and figuring it out. I think what's going on here is they thought that something in Unity was going to be able to name assets, give them a number, kind of like in Skylines 1, where you'd say that the asset ID is this particular number, and it would generate a new asset ID across all these different machines anytime anyone would upload an asset. I think that they believed that there was a part of Unity that was going to do this for them. It didn't materialize, and now they have to make their own. But where this gets more complicated, I think, is that they have a lot of assets in the game already. So because of that, they have to name every single asset that's already in the game after they come up with a system for naming it. So the longer the game is out, the more challenging this is, because now they have to go back and fix all of these assets that are already in the game. So all the region packs, all the vanilla assets, all the content creator packs. And with everything that comes out, there's one more thing to number and label. Every prop, every decal, every building, everything. This is my speculation. So as they come up with that, and as they figure this out, and as they label each one of these, and then push a massive update to everyone's games that breaks every single decal and prop and everything that's on the store, it's going to be a process. And my suspicion is that the reason why we are not hearing anything about console is they had a wonderful time with the PC launch, having lots of issues, and then pushing massive updates that completely changed the game. So my suspicion, my speculation, is that we're not going to hear anything about console until the asset editor is available for PC. That is my speculation, because otherwise they would have a console release that didn't have asset editor support, and they would have to do the whole serialization thing for console, which I think would be a bigger mess than on PC. So I feel very melancholy about this. I mean, they've been clearly struggling with the asset editor. And I think that because of this, because the asset editor has been such a mess, they haven't been able to fix other things. So I see every day people are dealing with crashes. I've had crashes. I caught the crashing bug on one of my saves, and my guess is this is what's going on. So my hope is that they are going to figure this out, and that they gave a date for console, not a date, but not before summer. So maybe summer. My hope is that they figure out the removal of the Unity dependencies and the serialization, and they release the editor alongside console during the summer. But I have no idea. But all of this has an impact on community sentiment, which is what we're starting to see. People very unhappy. And I get it. I'm also very unhappy. I think that everyone is unhappy at this point. But this is kind of where my head has been at. I think even the most diehard fans are getting frustrated, myself included. But I think that they're also frustrated, and I don't know how to take it at this point. But I figured I would address it. My hope at this point is that they can multitask and walk and chew gum at the same time and deal with some of the crashing issues while they're figuring out this serialization thing, because it's not helpful for the player count. And there are a number of people who are just losing interest and potentially forever. So that is all that I will say about that, short of our little conversation that we'll have right now. Before summer means spring. No, I know. And that's the other thing is, who knows, but I can tell you anecdotally, every video that I release is a 10 out of 10. People aren't interested anymore. Anecdotally, every stream has fewer viewers. People are unhappy. And it sucks. I mean, because there's no alternative. So I'm hoping that they figure something out. Before summer definitely means before September 1st. Yeah. I mean, it's funny. I rewatched this video before the stream, and they made it seem like in a couple of months they'd have it figured out. I think that this phrase right here, though, removing Unity dependencies, is a big one. Because I think that for a while they were trying to figure it out, working around Unity. I'm guessing that before this video, they had some sort of conversation with Unity where they were told, yeah, we can definitely get this thing to you, but they didn't do it. And then Unity's been doing terrible things for a while now. Before summer could mean before summer 2027. Yeah. Do I think they regret building in Unity? I don't know if they regret building in Unity. My wonder is if they regret building around a bunch of speculative features. Because I think that's what they kind of hinted at, is they were like Unity dots. They built around a bunch of features that they were told would be finished by the time they released the game. And when they weren't finished, it kind of threw everything into disarray. So it sucks. Super sucks. You recently lost the 400 hours of gameplay because you switched computers and your cities weren't saved in the cloud. I thought I lost the stream city because of that. The European one. I got very lucky. So yeah, we are going to start the game today, but I do have a question for you, that I'm going to ask in a second, but let's, a couple seconds on Edge chat. They banked on unfinished Unity features and that's never going to do. Yeah. Q. Exactly. Good to see you in here, Q. Good to see you, Riri. Remember when the first trailer dropped and I thought it was going to be Unreal Engine 5? Yep. Yeah. No, I definitely led the charge on leading people in the wrong direction with that. I'm very, very not impressed with myself. Yeah, Tariq, that's kind of my I couldn't help but feel bad for them too. Like reading the serialization thing, like they're still struggling with that. It's been a year. Like I can only imagine. Okay, I've been in this situation, working as a consultant, working on planning projects and hitting my head on the wall. I remember. So I was working on this project where basically I needed to create a pedestrian shed map. Sorry, a pedestrian shed map where basically you want to figure out, if you drop a pin in the map, how far someone could walk using the existing sidewalk network. And I could not figure out how to get the GIS to work. And I had a contract and I had a deadline. And I remember every day staying up later working on the project, every day running into the exact same issues. And then eventually, right at the very end, I had to do something called planarization. So basically all of my different layers were at different levels in elevation, and I had to lower them so that they were the same. But I did not know what it was because I didn't know what I was doing. I had never done it before. And yeah, it's when that happens, super depressing. And I imagine that I experienced that for months, not a year, not 2 years, or however long this has been going on. I assume that it's been a miserable time. Is Magnolia County over? Go look at my homepage. There's a early access video up. It'll be up 10 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. The good news with all of this is that the region packs are awesome. I had the most fun build that I've had, the best, most creative build in a while, building in Magnolia County, because the region packs are awesome. Between the mods that we have, which are, I think the modding for Cities 2 is way better than Cities 1. And the region packs are awesome, provide assets that I would have wanted to download in the workshop. There's at least that. So yeah, it's not all bad. It's not all good. I hope that we get an update soon that resolves crashing issues. Is CS2 coming to PS5? We just talked about that. Not before summer. That's the only answer I have. Is HR okay with my drinking at work? No, I'm actually on a I'm actually on in a bad spot with my work. They talked about firing me, and they said that if I keep drinking on the job at night, then they would have some issues. And I told them, quit making me work at night, and I'll stop drinking on the job. And we're at a standoff. So I'll just keep doing it until I get fired. So, Council CS2 or GTA 6 first? Okay, I'll tell you what. This is going to be dumb. If GTA 6 comes out before CS2 for console, I will purchase 20 copies of the game and give it to the community during a stream. That I believe it's going to come first. That is what I will do. I will get a whole bunch of copies of the game and get it out. So that is, if Colossal Order or Paradox are watching, I'm banking on you guys helping me out and finishing it. Okay, so I have a quick poll, and I'll get this on the Twitch because I have been thinking about this build a lot, and I've been looking at different cities in Nevada and Utah and Arizona. And I think I found one that I want to emulate, but I feel really constrained with the map tiles, and I'm just not a fan of what it's doing, forcing us to build things too close to one another. I would kind of just like to load in with unlocked map tiles enabled, but I'm not going to do it unless you guys are okay with it. So I want to ask you guys this question first. Are you okay with me unlocking map tiles? Yes or no? I'm going to give you guys 2 minutes so I can go through the activity real quick. And if it's a yes, I'll do it. If not, that's fine. We'll figure it out. It's fine. In the meantime, General, thank you so much for the 14 months of Tier 1. Howdy, y'all. This should be a good break. A good break from something. From school. Hopefully it is. Arfax, thank you so much for 10 months of Prime. Looking forward to some good old American sprawl. We're gonna go for it. QZ, thank you again for the mug. How's life? Life is good. Life has been really good. Enjoying things, except for the 4060 and the streaming PC that's causing all sorts of lag. Besides that, not good. QZ, thank you for the other mug. I didn't see that you had 2 mugs. Thank you so much for both of them. Tomato Supra, thank you so much. Fort Wayne, Indiana, thank you for the Prime. Crazy Mage, thank you again for the 5 gifted subs. Super generous of you. Eric, thank you for becoming an associate planner on YouTube. Vraken, thank you so much for 13 months of Tier 1. How am I and the family doing? Have a great stream, but I think things are going really well. Furkan, thank you so much for becoming an associate planner over on YouTube. Check out Magnolia County, it's up. Boss Pat, thank you so much for the Prime. God of Radio, thank you for the Tier 1 for 15 months of Tier 1. Thanks for creating so much joy. Thank you. I appreciate you. Clovis Grunty, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Hopefully you saw your song. You got a song. Nightmare Angel. Nightmare Angel. I'm probably messing that up. Hi from Southeastern Wisconsin. Hello. Hopefully you're doing well in Southeastern Wisconsin. Hopefully you guys are warming up too. Box Cutter, thank you so much for the Prime. I had to disable the Urban Promenades DLC because it was always crashing your game. I've heard a couple people say that. Chris Marin, thank you so much for the Tier 1 14 months. You won a mug tonight. Enjoy. Astro, thank you so much for 13 months of Tier 1. And Alta Beans, thank you for the Prime. And Gary, I'm going to have to give you a second song. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Appreciate you, buddy. So, everyone is okay with unlock map tiles. So we're going to go with it. Hello from Newfoundland. Hello. That I'm screwing that up, the sound of that. The way that I say that. Los Verdes, I think is the way it's supposed to be, by the way. Panning my camera up can cause a crash to desktop. I did not know that, and that is not good. Not good at all. Thank you guys for the hype train, too. Level 5. Dr. 42. Dr. 42, thank you for the gifted subs, dude. Hopefully you saw your song, too. It's one of my favorites on the coming album. It's probably going to be a little while before that one comes out, though. Pablo Ponderosa, as disappointed as you are with the CS2 nodes, you're stoked in the region packs, you're loving map making, also having trouble going back to CS1. That's exactly where I am. Like, I don't want to play CS1. So, this is it for me. I'm playing CS2 till the wheels fall off. Or until there's something else, until they fix it. Hopefully I see this. You're an architect in Phoenix. If I need any expert's perspective, I'll keep that in mind. We need a 16-lane highway. No, we don't need a 16-lane highway, but we do need one thing. I want to pull up Earth because I found this small town in Nevada. Elko, Nevada. Maybe it's not maybe small town is wrong. But I like a couple of things about this, and I want to take a bit of inspiration. So you can see that they've got a rail line. It's going along a river. We don't have a river, but it's going right along this road, and it's right by their downtown. So I want to take a bit of inspiration from what they're doing, because you can see that they've got their industrial right here, and it bleeds directly into what appears to be some residential areas, even a pedestrian overpass right here. And then there's something I thought that you guys would absolutely love to see. Look at this block of parking. Just absolutely crazy. But just like other cities in Nevada, this is a casino city, and as a result, you get a whole block of parking to put your pickup truck and drive around Elko if that's something that you're into. So yeah, that is what we're at. That is where we're at. Respectfully disagree. There's respectful disagreements going on. You've been through here on American Truck Simulator, Astro. Yeah, I feel like we could get some good inspiration from this place. So the kinds of inspiration that I want to take, I'm very curious about their block sizes. Their downtown, you can see it's basically like 4-ish blocks. And then 3 more down here, although it kind of breaks down. And I'm curious about what's right here. This is residential. Yeah, it's residential. So I kind of, what I want to do, what I'm thinking is I want to build quickly. And I want to find new cities to take inspiration from as we're building in this region. And we're going to obviously switch everything over to the Southwest region pack today because we have to. So this is what I want to do first. Let's measure real quick, though, because I want to know their block size. And I'll switch it to meters, so it's easy, even though I don't know what meters mean. 115 by 65. Interesting. Gonna be an alcoholic. I will drink alcohol while looking at alcohol. Looks like a mixture of residential and maybe some light industrial, honestly. It does. It does, actually. Let's hold on. We have zoning bylaws in here. So, honestly, you know what this stuff looks like? This kind of looks like the Japanese commercial a little bit. We could, with zoning bylaw, though, we could grab non-polluting industrial and mix it with residential, which I know. Though I don't think that this is industrial. I think that this is like used car dealership and like pawn shop and Chub Life, whatever that is. Hey Phil, why don't you want to play CS1? I don't enjoy it anymore. Not as much. Like I think that Colossal Order and Paradox are basically in the worst of all worlds. Like for some people like me, the new tools associated with the new game are so much better that I I feel like I'm going back in time. Like Cities 1 didn't feel old to me until Cities 2 came out and the graphics were clearer. I didn't have to look at Philip with 2 L's anymore. And I had mixed use zoning and a road tool that was like really solid. So now I feel like I'm going back in time when I play CS1. And then some of the things about CS1, like people will complain that the AI is not very good in CS2. Well, it's not great in CS1 either, but in different ways. So it's one of those things where it's just like it just doesn't hit the same anymore, and I just don't enjoy it the way I used to. I feel bad about it, bluntly. Yeah, it feels old but not retro like SimCity. Yeah, I think that's a great way of describing it. Okay, folks. I want to reorient our downtown so we're not trapped in one block. And what I'm thinking I'm going to do is the same silly hack from the daytime stream. If you want to get by, just temporarily give ourselves unlimited money. Unlimited money. Now we can do whatever we want. Uranium fever type boomtown. Exactly. Based. Really the only big thing in CS2 you want is mixed use zoning more complex. Economy, you can live without the graphics. Babe, I feel the exact opposite. Like, it's really hard to go back. Like, for me, the graphics are so much better. It's so much better. It's got lots of issues. But the issues, like, some of the issues have been there in both games. Like, the flickery of the shadows, like when I don't have DLSS on, that's there in CS1. I just can bypass it by dealing with DLSS artifacts in this game. So it sucks. It super sucks. I don't know. I'm going to set all the taxes at 10% as we do this to try to spur growth. And I brought all the region packs in. And we're going to just like, we're just going to go ham on the downtown area. Let's see. We said 115. What do I have? I have 104. I think I'm going to keep this part of the grid exactly as it is. I'm going to shrink it up as we get further away because I want it to be a little bit closer to Elko. What's happening? It's not Friday yet. McFuddlebutt, good to see you, buddy. It's not Friday, but on Friday, so I have been having night streams on Friday. I don't want to have a night stream on a Friday because, as Poplar Ponderosa knows, I am an avid watcher of the WAN show. And I have not been able to watch the WAN show because I've been having these night streams. So we had to do something different. Had to. No options. I got to watch the WAN show. I'm sorry, guys. Valid? Chat gets crazy on Friday nights? No. Chat is the most fun on Friday nights because you guys are letting loose. I have a feeling that as I was having a brew, you guys were as well, and it was a lot of fun. But I've got to watch my WAN show and Civ addiction must live, and the only way that I can do that is if I don't stream then. That's the only way it can happen. Just don't want to give you, just don't want us to know that he's out of the club on Friday nights. Man, when is the last time I went to a club? Oh, $2.20 in Tampere, accidentally, with B. Squigelhausen. We didn't know it was going to be so we didn't know the place was going to turn into a club at like 9 p.m. But apparently that's the way they roll in Finland. It's a club. Is my favorite Civ still Civ 5 or is it 7? Can I tell you guys a deep, dark secret? I've only played Civ 7 once on stream. I haven't played it since. I've been so busy with the office move. And then like I shouldn't be this guy. But so many people said so many negative things about Civ that part of me was just like, oh man, I just don't care now. I just don't care. I know it's you really don't like 7, Clovis. So many people have said that, and it just like completely soured me to it. Like completely not okay, not that's extreme. Didn't completely sour me to it. It dampened my enthusiasm. That's a better way of putting it. You've been the exact same? Yeah. Do I know that the disco is the worst place to panic? Don't tell that to my daughter. Somehow she became a monster Panic at the Disco fan. Knows every word to every song, even if I don't think that she should. It's been a thing. It's the first Civ you haven't bought since day one since Civ 3. I mean, that reminds me. I went stupid and I bought the pre-order bonus, and I never got it, which makes me wonder what happened to it. Now I bought every Civ since 5, day of, even if they don't deserve it, and I keep buying their DLCs too because I'm a sucker, which is not great. Your new office is getting a PC and it's gonna come with Civ 6 codes. They get to keep free Civ 6 codes. That's the way to do it. You get a free copy, then knock yourself out. I paid for the clock because I'm an idiot, but I'm really excited to get it, even if I don't like Civ 7, which I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I do or don't like it yet. So yeah. Civ 6 has some really dumb DLCs till the end. So my problem with Civ 6 wasn't the DLC. I just really disliked what they did to workers, and it just rubbed me the wrong way. And I'm the type of person who gets like fixated on stupid things. And I got super fixated on it. I was like, I just don't want to play this game. I hate this game. and then I was like, you know what? The DLC will fix my issue. Nope. Still don't like it. Still don't like it. Didn't resolve my problem. So I have Civ 6 with all the DLC. They got me. I think I'm their ideal customer. Because I just kept spending money hoping that I'd like the game at some point, and it never did. Civ 6 late game is a slog, like many 4X games. Well, that's what they were trying to fix in Civ 7. You don't hear music. You're right. I don't know why you don't hear music, but it's not playing. Actually, I do know why. Do you guys hear music now? Super quiet, I'm guessing. No? Yes? Very low, but you hear it. Okay, let me try something with more. How about that? Is that better? Streams at 720p. That's amazing. I don't know that I can do anything about that until I get a new GPU. So I will tell you guys, I think I have a new GPU for the stream PC. I am not going to believe it until it's in my hands, though. This has become, is this stream for ants? Indeed it is. I sat there tonight with hot stock up, and I was able to get a 5070 Ti from Amazon, but it says it'll be delivered in a month. So there's still a number of streams that are going to not be good, and we'll see if it actually happens. Your stream's at 1080 60. Why not the 9070 XT? Because I didn't get one. I tried for that too today. And I have, the problem is, because I now have 2 stream PCs, I actually have 2 PCs to buy a GPU for. And I can return the 4060 because it's garbage if I can do it in the next like 3 weeks. So yeah, I had to degrade the quality on YouTube. That's why you guys are 1080p, so that I could stream at all to YouTube. Basically, it was working fine on Twitch alone, but the moment I tried to multicast, it just like killed both. Is that why you underfund grass watering in your city to save on a GPU? That's the main reason. I do think it's really important that we have our priorities in order. And the priority is making sure that Jensen can afford another leather jacket. Because, you know, priorities. I don't want another. This will be our main street. We'll have like, these will be important downtown-ish streets as well. But they won't be main street. We'll just go with a little less parking. Maybe we'll Alco it up. Maybe this is our parking road. No, we can't do that. We got to do it on this side because we'll have more. We'll have more commercial over here. Hardware giveaway. That is on my radar. I'm actually setting up for that. For the 3060. I'm gonna build the PCs on Twitch before the giveaway, and then Gary actually brought up an idea that I just love. So Gary's idea was basically that to wait until all the region packs came out to start the build off, and I just think that was a really good idea because now even if there's gonna be 2 different PCs that are gonna be given away. One is going to be a vanilla build off. The other one is going to be a modded build off. And I'll have a limited mod set. I'll probably have a website dedicated to the mods that you're able to use, the decals, different things like that. And I'll probably on stream pick those as well. And then you guys will have like 2 weeks to build and get it submitted by a certain time. And then after that, I will judge them potentially. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that yet. I don't want to commit to anything. But my hope, I'm going to Georgia at the end of the month. I would like to get it done before then. So we'll see. What will the map be? The map is likely going to be a modified version of the map that I used for the other build off, or something very similar. I want it to be an island that is very constraining, and I might actually constrain it even more because there were people who decided to build off the island, and that wasn't necessarily the spirit of what I was trying to have happen. So that'll probably be what we do, is another island. So stay tuned. I would love it if while I'm gone, you guys are building. That would be my goal. City planners judge. If anyone doesn't want a PC with a 5060, a 12 gig 5060, and they want to judge, I think I'd be open for judges. Otherwise, I'll reach out to the moderators. Where in Georgia I'm heading? I'm heading to Savannah. My wife's family has they do a family vacation, and this year that's where they decided to go. So I'm heading to Savannah. Never been. The only place I've ever been in Georgia and multiple times is Atlanta. So it'll be nice to see something new. Savannah is famously haunted. I'm looking forward to being traumatized while I'm in Savannah then. That's going to be amazing. You got a gauge there. Hot soup, you love it there? Hey, hot soup. What should I check out while I'm there? Well, for two things. Do I need to rent a car? So far I have not. I'm flying in. We were going to drive, and it's just, I looked at how long it's going to be, and it's just a nightmare. Savannah's amazing. You used to live there. Do a ghost tour. Man, my kids would be traumatized. We do have Poo Pond. Guys. We're going to come back to the Savannah thing for a second. Do you know how we get the Humboldt River? We could have a Humboldt River made of poo. That's the play. That's the play right there, chat. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Good night. Clovis, have a good night. I hope I didn't scare you away. It's not really haunted. You're from Savannah. You don't need a car. It's a great walking city. Good, good. And I think we're staying right in Savannah, like fairly close to downtown, so. The city's officially crap. We had no place to put for anyone who doesn't know, this map said it was a challenge, and indeed it is. There is no place to put your waste. So we found a pit and we dug it out, and we've just been letting it go off into the desert. We had an oasis over here, and because we have the water features mod in, our oasis seasonally dries up. So as a result, most of our water is actually reclaimed water. We'll call it reclaimed water. And it clears up, so, you know. The river runs through it. Make it the Genesee River. It'll just be missing the bodies. So that's why that's there. Middle of the desert has a giant farm, America. Indeed. Indeed. That is a very America thing to do. The best thing is, so if you've ever wondered why that is, it is 1000% because back in the 1920s, on a very unseasonably wet year, the U.S. government divvied up water rights between all the western states and said, all right, use this water that we gave you or you're going to lose it. So all of these states, you know, all vying for growth and not wanting to lose their water, do really dumb things. Some states, though, like Nevada, wasn't given very much, so they've had to conserve. So people will say lots of nasty things about Vegas, but many of them earned. But the nicest thing about Vegas, the very best thing about Vegas, and the thing that no one can take away from Vegas is one of the most forward-thinking cities about water in North America. It's one of the most sustainable cities in North America, which is something that people go, what? That is straight up madness. But for real, like they are really thoughtful with their water usage. They are very, 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 very efficient with their water usage. They're just very, very, very progressive in that way. So yeah, they have to be. Yeah, they have no option. They don't have any water rights, and they don't have any water. So what are they gonna do? Vegas water conservation is next level. I should talk about Interstate 11. I don't know anything about Interstate 11. Does it not exist? I know 10. You really liked the Gallery Espresso off Chippewa Square when you were in Savannah. Astro, I will look for it. I will report back. Arizona for the longest time was selling out water to international farms operating in Arizona while telling citizens to save. Yeah. No, I've heard of Saudi Arabia owning a bunch of alfalfa farms and shipping alfalfa out of Arizona to Saudi Arabia, and it's like, what? But It is in. This is the problem of having interests that are kind of misaligned. I mean, for Saudi Arabia, they're also a desert. So like clearly like they need water. We're gonna change some of the zoning on this. I'm just gonna let this stuff fill in and then we'll change it just so that you guys are aware. I'm trying to keep the population up and keep the money rolling in. And for Arizona, it's all about preserving water rights. And the thing is, residential water usage is just like fractional relative to agricultural and industrial. But a lot of the industrial, I mean, like people will talk about like Intel building their factories there for fabrication of silicon, and it's just like for water usage, it's a self-contained system, so it doesn't really matter. It's agriculture that uses the most. Yeah, general. It uses a lot of water, but they've had to be creative about it to keep the water. They basically have to reuse the water over and over and over. Ad wars. Is there a lot of ads right now? I apologize. I actually did look. I made a couple of changes on Twitch. I re-enabled the VODs because I saw that it didn't really matter. People weren't going to YouTube for them. And number two, I think I did. There was something. Oh, I saw that for whatever reason, the number of ads being played when I disabled the VODs went up. And I don't know if that's just like anecdotal, but they said the average ads per hour went up by like a quarter, which to me was not okay. So it's like I gotta turn it back on. Oh, the ad wars have TCMC's also in Phoenix. I did not realize that. You have to try the peanut butter and the jelly wings while in Savannah. I know it sounds crazy, but it's awesome. Kirk, I like crazy. My kids won't, but I'll do it. Hello from Gold Coast, listening while waiting for Cyclone Alfred to eventually land. Hopefully you're okay. That sounds terrifying, truthfully. It sounds like a tropical tornado. Time to build water treatment plant ASAP. We're gaining money, so we'll get to that. Before we build that, though, I mean, I think we need a power plant, a solar power plant, because I want to put a water tower. I want to put that really cool water tower with the sunglasses right here, where we currently have our one wind turbine. Chicky, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you, it's super cool. Koompa Malfest, thank you so much for the super chat. Call it Schitt's Creek. This is Schitt's Creek right here. Clovis Grady, thank you for the gifted subs again. Greg, thank you so much for the 14 months of tier 1. Jessica, thank you so much for the prime. Very good. Thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. Hopefully you're enjoying Magnolia County after this. Wyatt, thank you for the prime. Captain Kirk, thank you for the gifted subs. MPB MKE, had to renew. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you, buddy. Zerdum, thank you so much for the tier 1 for 7 months. Suri, thank you so much for 13 months. Fellow Madisonian, thank you. And always good to see another Madisonian here. 95 Brickhouse. Thank you for the super chat. Use my influence for console CS2 tired. There's no amount of, first of all, you dramatically overestimate my influence on anything. There's nothing I could do to get them to listen about that though. But 95 Brickhouse. For anyone who's waiting for console, know that your experience will be better than anyone else's. It'll be frustrating that you're waiting, but your experience will be better. What's the future of the Ultimate Beginner's Guide? Can't talk about it. Jay Gamble, thank you so much for the prime. Okay. The problem with the Ultimate Beginner's Guide and, any vanilla build is that the homeless bug is still a problem. And until the homeless bug is resolved, like the build is like slowly collapsing upon itself. And at one point I was like, you know what? I'll just have to bring this in here. And then I thought to myself, I was like, no, like this is supposed to be a vanilla build. So like I can't bring in a mod to fix a bug, but then I can't play the build. So like I'm stuck. That's where it is. I'm stuck. Cheeky, you like the night streams, huh? Are the DLCs still coming before the asset editor? At this point, I would assume so. The homeless bug's not fixed. No, the homeless bug... Okay. The homeless bug is better. Whereas your city won't collapse upon itself. But people still get stuck when you delete a building. And I'm still going through Magnolia County and Segunda Beach. And intermittently, especially as we do these... The curse of the region packs is that it has made me want to redo everything. And as I redo everything and just demolish blocks and blocks and blocks of stuff, I have all these homeless people who can't move. So yeah, it's still a thing. It's still a very big thing. Cannot believe homeless is still not figured out in vanilla. I know. I know. I know. I know. I know. It's so frustrating. But I'm hopeful that we get something to fix it at some point. And honestly, like when I started seeing some of the issues with the build, it's just like, it's just not worth attempting to force it to work when it's just not, you know? I don't know why I keep using the northeastern stuff. That's not what I should be using. I should be using the southwestern. My bad. This is an example, because I'm going to use all of the eminent domain. Let me show you what happens. So everyone who just lived in all of these homes, some of them will get stuck. They'll just stand here like this. Some of them will unfreeze, and they'll just kind of like be a problem. The other thing that the person that bye-bye homeless, it looks like everyone's moving. That's good. The maker of bye-bye homeless said that people are being kicked out of their parents' house at when they become adults, and then they're becoming homeless because they don't have the money to move somewhere. So there's like a constant homeless churn in your cities. So that's the issue. So true, too real. Your parents kicked you out and made you become homeless at 18. That is dark and real for some people, and I am painfully aware of that. I actually moved out slightly before I was 18 for a variety of reasons. Right into your car. I had about 2 weeks where I was in my car, and that was that sucked. And then I got a buddy, and I lived with my buddy for a while. Got an apartment. Prison doesn't count. Thankfully, that has not been an experience I've had to have. There's one goal I have in this world, and it is to never go to prison. It feels pretty easy to not go to prison. But I'm still gonna mind my P's and Q's. I need a gigantic prison complex. You know, if the prison made money, I would definitely do it. The problem is the prison doesn't make money. The prison is a money sink. Sorry, I have to get rid of all of this northeastern stuff. Just so you know, the reason why I defaulted to that was I just had a gigantic northeastern build. And it immediately just made me think Main Street vibes, northeastern. But that's actually not what I'm supposed to be doing. The other thing is I'm noticing that 3 units deep, and I should have my build guide next to me, but I don't. 3 units deep is ideal. But I might go with more mixed use right here to try to stem some of that off. Will we ever get Midwestern assets? I don't think that the Midwest is a large priority. I wouldn't imagine that it is. Much like normally. If I'm being blunt, I do remember all of the times in LA, people telling me, "Oh, you're from one of those flyover states. That's neat." So yeah, Astro, thank you so much for the gifted subs. That's super cool of you. Appreciate you. Cheeky, thank you for the gifted subs again as well too. Appreciate you. Yeah, it does hurt. It does hurt. But here's the thing. I don't really think that we need a Midwestern asset set necessarily. I would love it, clearly. What I think we actually need is, like, I want to see a Sears home set, a Sears kit home set. I mean, I could only imagine that Sears could use the money. So, like, why not have a kit home set or the Aladdin kit homes as, like, an actual set? There are just, like, specific classes of buildings that I would like to see represented in the game. Like when Industrial Revolution came out for Cities 1 at the very end, it was like, man, really? At the end of the game's life, you're gonna finally give me the assets that I've always wanted for industry, and I'm like moving on from the game. Cool. And now we got these assets that I don't like. A Culver's. We just gotta go talk. I'll just drive over to Sauk City. And I'll ask the Culver's people. You guys cool if someone makes a Culver's asset? It's coming from a place of love. I recently watched this video. It was these UK guys, not UK guys. These guys from the UK come to the Midwest to sample a bunch of the food, and they went to Culver's, and they seemed like they were in heaven. They were like they had never had a cheese curd. They were like, "Is this curdled milk? This sounds disgusting." And then they had it, and the guy was like, "This is legitimately the greatest thing I've ever had in my life. I could have this every single day." You've seen that, QZ. It's very good. And then, like, they were disgusted by the soup. Yeah. That's jolly. Exactly. That's what it was. That's jolly. I had never seen them before, but apparently when you're Wisconsin enough, that's they just serve them up to you. So I thought it was a very good video, though. I very much enjoyed it. Very, very good. You have Culver's in Arizona. Yeah, Arizona, like Colorado, is one of those lucky places where you could try Culver's and In-N-Out the same day. Don't tell anybody. Keep it a secret. I like In-N-Out more. Oh shoot, I just made those Chinese. Was not what I wanted to do. There are too many of these now. And it doesn't retain. When I click on something, it doesn't retain it. Drives me crazy. You have a Triple Crown. You have Whataburger in Arizona too? So many regional options. I need to spend more time in Arizona. It'll be my fast food connoisseur tour of Arizona. Just what everyone wants me to go to Arizona for. Why did you go visit Arizona? They got all the fast food options. It's amazing. You love Culver's, man? Arizona aviation? It's good. It is good. It's definitely. I've been trying purposefully to go there less because it's a problem. I like it too much, and it's not a good thing. Did I do it again? Mother of God, this is insane. I'm gonna lose my mind. So I may have ranted about the UI at the end of the region pack video. I'm gonna do it again because I keep selecting the wrong thing, because every time you leave the menu, it defaults back to nothing. And as soon as that happens, so like I'll close this menu and then I go back in here and everything is unlocked. Why don't you retain the setting I had before? retain southwest so I don't have to click back in here, so I don't click the wrong thing, especially when there are 50 options. Drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. So I'm going to keep demolishing the same buildings. Rapid expansion is actually me demolishing the same building 15 times. Arizona's getting a Bucky soon. We're going to get Bucky soon, but I think if I'm not understanding, if I'm understanding it correctly, Milwaukee figured out a way to get it first, and then the governor of Wisconsin and the assembly decided to come together to make sure that Madison gets a gigantic Bucky's too, because we were supposed to get the first one. I don't understand. I don't understand what's so great about Bucky's, but apparently I'm going to find out. Bucky's are unofficially Texas embassies. I mean, I saw what they had planned, and it didn't sound like a gas station. It sounded... So, they were supposed to have, like 30 EV chargers and, like, a 20,000 square foot store and, like, 100 gas stalls and, like, I don't even know how many diesels. It's, like, ridiculous. And the funny thing about it is their goal was to place it right next to a Quick Trip Field in DeForest. And I think that is exactly why it got, exactly why it started to have problems. Because to put it directly next to Quick Trip Field, a gigantic Bucky's, I mean, come on. Not going to happen. They're the size of football fields? Yeah, it's massive. Bucky's are far too large for your tastes. Seems like an extravagance more than a business. Well, I firmly believe that right now the businesses that succeed are experiences. It's not the businesses that are succeeding, and when the internet is a thing, regardless of what the business is, it's experiential things. So I guess if they've cracked the code to an experiential gas station, good. Definitely an experience. Yeah, it is true. It is true. Like, it might not sound it might sound super weird, but like, there are a large number of people that are going to go to the Bucky's just because I've heard so much about it, myself included. And the first thing I'm going to do is get a brisket sandwich because I've also heard so much about that. And I've talked to some Texans who just like wouldn't stop raving about the brisket sandwich. So I've got to try it at least once. And I don't know of another gas station that I would think I've really got to try it. The Habit has the best fast food burgers, bar none. God, why does the Habit sound? The Habit is that Studio City? The Habit? I think I did like this place. Yeah. Yeah. I lived, for anyone who doesn't know, when I lived in LA, I lived in off White Oak Avenue. Or White Oak. Yeah, White Oak Avenue. So yeah, I lived right next to the Habit, apparently. I also lived right here. Off Ohio. So yeah, right off there. Okay, so yeah, I live next to the Habit. I couldn't afford it while I was there. The tempura green beans are great. It's been so long that I cannot recall it. Native New Yorker used to be bomb until they rebranded. Bucky's is overrated, but there are so many of them now. If I want something different mascot-wise, go to Wally's in St. Louis. St. Louis, when my family, when I was younger, we would take, my mom's side of the family is from Texas. And as a result, we would go there in the summer because we like pain. So we would go to a place called Atlanta, Texas, near Texarkana. And basically hide out in the dark for a while because it was just misery. And I remember like as a kid, like being amazed that like I'd never been into a Walmart where all the pictures were of cowboys. And I was like, oh wait, are these people real? Like there's actually cowboys? Like I thought they was just like my grandpa liked to watch like cowboy shows, and I didn't like realize that people actually like wore cowboy hats. It's like it's the thing. Hey, Bad Peanut, good to see you, buddy. If I want a gameplay, you would play the game. Oh, is someone upset that I'm deleting things over and over and that I'm not playing enough? I don't know what to tell you. I'm not a good streamer. Not at playing games. And I think that Canadian Moose said it best when he said that Cities Skylines 2 is a just chatting game. Because that is definitely the way that I play it. You don't hate the talking, but it's just way too much. I'm sorry, Warlord. It's not going to end either. Half of this is just like, just hanging out. And I will tell you, my wife even like joked with me tonight. She's like, I lose track of time a lot. And she goes, you know, that's a sign of ADD. And I'm just like, maybe. I don't know. I find it very difficult to play the game when I'm chatting with a lot of people. Very difficult. So as a result, it's it just ends up being me hanging out because I can't do it. I just can't do it. I should really get myself a passport to the National Parks book today. Really makes you appreciate the beauty of America. So I have that book. My wife got it for me when we went to Arizona last year. And my daughter's in 4th grade. So we are going to be going to... We're going to Apostles Island. Because for anyone who doesn't know, when your kid is in 4th grade or 10 years old, the whole family gets to go to every national park for free. So we're going to be going to Michigan once it's not frigid. And we're going to be going... Thank you, Benjamin, for the super chat. Thank you. Doing great. Thank you. Appreciate you. We're going to be going to Michigan to go to, I think it's Great Dunes or something like that. National Park. And then the other one, Apostle Island. And then there's a forest in northern Wisconsin as well. So yeah. Yeah, fourth, where you have a 4th grader or a 10-year-old, you get the whole family gets into national parks for free all year. So do it. We love you, CPB, don't worry. I appreciate that. I'm not worried because there's nothing I can do about it. I will tell you though, I will make up for it with the video that's coming out. I am ridiculously proud of this video. Like maybe to a point that I shouldn't be. I really think it's a good video. Like I don't think that every video that I put out is like awesome, but like I'm really proud of this video. Like this is a video that I'm really, really happy with. I hope that people want to see it. If they don't, I will still enjoy the process of I will have dramatically enjoyed the process of making it. I think it's an excellent video and it was a lot of fun to make. The region packs.
Zai Gaming raided my stream with 3 viewers.
Zay, thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you guys are doing well. What are you guys streaming tonight? When did they start the national park thing? I have no idea. I think it's been a thing for a long time. Zay, what were you guys streaming tonight? And how was the stream? Thank you for being here. Much love. Thank you. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for the raid. Wait. So I just have lit up on my screen. Q, because you're a VIP, it lights up. Hey, I'm supporting your kink. That is an important VIP message for me to see. Welcome, Raiders. We're having a good time. You need like 10 more foundation videos. So my plans. I think I have 2 more in this series for Manor Lords. I don't know how many for Morpha Foundation. Like, I really enjoy playing Foundation. I'm just gonna say it, like, it's just a really fun game. So I don't really care if no one wants to watch it. I'm just gonna keep making videos, and hopefully someone likes it. So you get to look forward to that. There'll be more. I basically want to work my way through the entire tree. You love the Foundation videos? So much more to explore in Foundation. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm all that good at it, but the great thing about Foundation is it's a lot like Tiny Glade in that, like, it doesn't, and honestly, to an extent, Skylines as well, like, it doesn't really matter if you're good. What really matters is that, like, you find your style and have fun. So that's where I'm at with it. Foundation is super easy to conquer. Then it gets like, fun though. So it gets super fun, Ben, is what you're saying. Wait. Got a highlighted message. I miss these so often. Can cities have different sources of revenue, such as one being tourist destination, other relying on industry, and then another being a farm town? In theory, yes. I think, like, in theory, okay, let's play this game. Let's play this game. So this is supposed to be a tourism mecca. Okay. I forgot. We're exploiting the game right now to balance our budget, so that's not going to work. I wanted this to be a tourism city, but the reason why we have so much tourism revenue right now is I plopped that bad boy to balance the budget. And even though it has no customers, no one's here. Who would want to visit this town? It stinks. They've demolished Main Street every couple years. It's still balancing the budget. I'm going to let's focus on something. I want this to be a foodie town. Well, actually, let's take that back. Entertainment. Let's boost up entertainment. So I'm going to let's remember this, chat. Let's remember this. And we'll stretch it out too to make it extra memorable. So I'm going to take textiles and entertainment, and we'll just we're not making very much money from these, but I'd like to. So textiles and entertainment, or textiles and recreation. Move into town. Not just do we want you here with no taxes. We will literally pay you to move into town until we go bankrupt. We want recreation and entertainment that bad. So yeah. You love that I learned the names of his citizens and follows them around in my videos? Yeah, it's Beatrice only. That's the only one though. And I will keep following her around. I will tell you, the stress of the Foundation videos is wondering if she's gonna leave. Like a lot of when I bring citizens in, which will be really soon, I think she's gonna leave. We'll see. Subsidizing entertainment and having no schools. We'll bring some schools in. How are we gonna have all of our entertainment workers if they can't read? Mixed housing. Cool. Mixed housing. Cool. Communications, post offices. All right. Well, the main thing for me is the mixed housing because I want to convert some of this, especially since I just repeatedly adding the wrong zoning in here. I would like to create more homeless people by evicting everybody out of here. Now that we have the mixed housing. So that's what we'll do. You love mixed housing? It is amazing. Amazing. Like, And kind of going back to that question earlier, like, why won't you play CS2 or CS1? Mixed housing is a big part of it. It's super cool. Super cool. I don't have parking spaces unlocked. Time to waste some development points on that. I'll get 11. We'll spend 2 of them. Did you miss out on CPP making a Strode? I mean, listen. If you're asking about Strodes, I have a feeling that so I don't know how this happened. So this is the thumbnail for the Magnolia County video that comes out tomorrow. This was the major arterial going through the area, and in reality, and I was going to talk about this in the video, in reality, I think that I would have taken the freight route and moved it to a parallel street, but the trucks did it on their own. They were just like, screw this. This is terrible. So they moved over to a parallel street. I was thrilled. Just like naturally happened. So yeah. Do I read YouTube chicken? Nope. You want mixed commercial office or triple high skyscrapers? There's so much potential for mixing things. When I think about, yeah, exactly. That's gonna be the Strode comment. When I think about all the potential, I want to see commercial and office. I want to see residential and office. Like when I think of a main street, so I want to see this building right here, but offices at the bottom and residential on top. I want to see like with the south with the northeastern pack, there's a bunch of assets that look like it could be offices on the bottom and residential on top. I want to see it all. I want to see all those mixes. You know that street is a good brewery? Maybe. Mixed high rises would be really nice. Yeah. So much potential. Demolitions should cost money. More for large buildings. I agree. I don't know if you remember, someone actually made an eminent domain mod for CS1, and it made the game super hard. Not that that's a bad thing, but it was interesting to see how difficult it made the game. Like, it was kind of insane. Kind of insane. Your hot take is that landscaping should cost money? Steel airship? How dare you go there? How dare you? That is there are some good takes, and then there's that take. Landscaping should be free in the real world too. I feel like I should be able to go down to Menards and get free landscaping. No, I agree. I agree. Like, I think that the game, as it currently sits, gives people an unrealistic view of why cities aren't prettier. Like, I was in conversations with an engineer where they were just like, we had these. I don't know if I can show you a picture of it or not. Hold on. Madison.com. Our hometown paper. There were a number of medians, particularly by the university, where, let me see, right here, you see how there's like, it's a landscape median. We've got landscape in some of these areas. The medians are what the big concern is, though. Anywhere where you have a landscape median. Ooh, actually, I know of one in particular. Come on. Clear up. Clear up. East High School. So right here, we've got this landscape median in between what is a pretty challenging road, I think is the most charitable way I could put this. It's a 6-lane arterial. Just so you guys know, this no longer looks like this. Now 2 of the lanes are BRT. Actually, never mind. Some portions are. I forgot. Some portions we lost that battle. It's a very wide road. One of the things that is going to be happening to it, I don't know if it's here yet. This is impossible to maintain because of this road being a nightmare. So this fence was added right here because kids were leaving the high school and running across the road at uncontrolled locations. So the fence was added here to stop that. But the problem is, and my wife actually did this for a little while as an internship, she was maintaining things like these medians. And it's just, can you imagine needing to go out and maintain this? Like, very unsafe, incredibly unsafe. So you might not think it makes sense to take away landscaping, but it not only does it cost a lot to maintain, but it's unsafe to maintain. So they're going to rip it all out and they'll throw in a whole bunch of pavement. It's awesome. What's the speed on the road? I think the appropriate question is, what is the design speed? So this speed limit was 35. I want to say it was dropped to 25. God, this road is an absolute nightmare. So this is a federal highway and a state highway, and then one of the major arterials going through a constrained location. It's the most direct route. It provides transit service. It's got bike lanes. It's also one of the most dangerous roads in the entire county. Not as bad as 51, but very bad. Oh, 30. The design speed of this though is like 45. And when you get further out of town, so like, look at this. Can you imagine like you live in one of these honestly very nice homes, very nice historic homes fronting this nightmare of a street? Like, not cool, not cool. But yeah, that's what we have. Highway with houses. Yeah, it does hurt. Like this, it stinks. And here's the thing. Those same homes, go the block behind it, and you get these same homes, but look at how narrow this road is. They've been very thoughtful about it. They put sidewalks there when they probably didn't have to, not on both sides, but they narrowed up the road considerably. No one wants to drive down here. No one wants to drive down here because you got to go like 10 miles per hour so you don't hit pedestrians. Like, this is an excellent street right here. And here we are, 1 block away from the nightmare that is East Washington. When's the next Segunda Beach? That one's gonna be a little bit longer. Not sure. Not 100% sure. Well, I think it's like a week away. So anyway, this same road, just before I stop talking about it, yeah, this road it's highway enough that it has interchanges that are like could be mistaken for a highway interchange. When you get further out towards the mall, the speed limit used to be as high as 45 miles per hour. And it's straight up a highway then. Like, it's not good. It's not good. And you come, actually, this is Highway 51. And it just, 55 right there. It switches up. It turns into a highway. So it's kind of a mess. Kind of a mess. Vic, good to see you in here, buddy. You live directly on an arterial. Getting out of the parking spot is a hassle. You can only imagine living off a highway. I mean, that is an arterial. Arterials come in all different forms. Another arterial. And so, okay, I'm going to get off my soapbox in a second. So there were lots of conversations about how we design new roads. And I advocated routinely to build a road like this one. This is Atwood. It is a kind of a historic road. This road actually has not been reconstructed for 120 years. They just keep slapping new pavement on top of it. It's pretty funny. It'll get redone though because of lead pipes. Anyway, it's kind of quintessential Main Street. And what's neat about this is it's got 4 lanes. They're only active. You can only use the 4 lanes during certain times of the day and only in one direction. So during the mornings when you're going to work, heading westbound, you get this extra lane for 2 hours. And then someone will, without a doubt, as soon as the time the park hits, they'll park their car right there. And the exact same thing happens in the other direction in the reverse. So there'd be like 3 to 5. So anyway, this is a road that is illegal to make right now. This is also an arterial, and it carries not quite as much traffic as the other road, but a significant amount. And if you had more streets like this that are significantly more livable, look at this. You get a parallel bike facility with green markings, and this actually has a dedicated pedestrian and bike actuated signal, so they get their own phase. Like, it is clearly a much more multimodal road, clearly a road that's better for a wider variety of users. There's also transit vehicles that use this, delivery trucks, pedestrians everywhere, because it's just a great place to go. One of the places I love to eat is over here, Monty's Blue Plate, chocolate shop I go to over here. Just like, these are the kinds of streets that are good streets that can still carry a lot of traffic, and it's illegal to build these. Find it to be very frustrating. That was one of my big frustrations, and that if there's any reason to ever become a policymaker, it'll be to crack some skulls and get streets like this built, because this is the way that streets should be designed, in my opinion. Why is it illegal? Because most of the street, there's something called a street typology, and oftentimes through engineering guidance over the years, they want the street to be safe. They look at this street and they say, this is an incredibly unsafe street. It's unsafe because there are pedestrians that could lunge out at vehicles, and the cars are too close to each other, so they have to slow down. And, if you had a cyclist here, because this routinely, there'll be cyclists that are just, taking a lane. That's mixing cyclists with traffic here. That is not a good thing, because we would like to segregate all of our traffic and keep everyone in their own lane, because clearly that's the safest thing to do. Problem with that is when you segregate all the traffic like that, you end up with people go faster when they're in their vehicle. When pedestrians come up to a road like that, they're not prioritized. And the same thing with bikers. So I would look at that other street that we just looked at, East Washington. I would say that's a much more hostile environment for everybody, whether you're a driver or a cyclist or a pedestrian. And this is denoted. This is denoted, mind you, by we have and I don't know if you guys have this in your community as well. We have ghost bikes. It's pretty morbid, but it's a reminder of places where bikers died because of poor design. And we have one right here. This is where someone got hit because of this nightmarish design. So this is the consequence. Bad planning leads to death. Bad planning leads to problems like this. This is not even just bad plan, bad engineering. Like, this is garbage engineering, and prioritizing vehicular throughput over all else, and getting your big ass truck through a constrained urban environment. Stupid, super stupid. You've never heard of ghost bikes? They're all over Madison. It's like, it's super sad. It's super sad. The ghost bikes are basically places where people have been. I don't know if it just, like, because we have such a big cycling culture here, that it's become a thing, but people will buy a bike and chain it up to a wherever, a location close to where the person died, and paint it white, and it stays there indefinitely. And I know it's technically illegal to do that, but no one's going to say to take the bike down. So there's a growing collection of them, and a reminder of bad design. And I see them, and every time I see it, it's just painful. Like, it's just, that is a reminder of mistakes. You have them in Toronto too? Yeah, I mean, you get it then. Like it's also a reminder if you're a cyclist not to go there. You know, like, and now there's a growing number of hostile places. Is rail used a lot in my town? No, they shut down rail. And then I worked on bringing rail back. But I will be honest, I had feelings while I was doing it that it just wasn't going to happen. There's, reasonably, I'm not gonna be baited totally into it, but I'm gonna go part way into it. There's a lot of talk about waste and fraud in government right now, and I don't think there's a lot of waste and fraud, but things are slower than they need to be. Painfully slow, arbitrarily slow. Rules that are there to make rules and not to do things that matter. And if people were serious about fixing that, about resolving that problem, like that is in my mind a noble cause to resolve. But that is not a fun one to fix, because it is like getting rid of years of process that existed at one point for a reason, and that reason is no longer known. But it's difficult to get rid of because no one knows why it's there. So, the process could break if you get rid of it. Like, that is like the history of me as a government employee being frustrated by that. But still, like, I don't believe that you should just privatize Amtrak, for instance, which is now being floated, like, but I also don't think it should take you, I don't know, 7 years to build a train station. Ghost bikes all throughout Belleville, Ontario. Horrible infrastructure. Terrible. Kansas City's been building a great light rail. Kansas City is quietly, Kansas City and Salt Lake City, two of the best cities in North America for like getting stuff done when it comes to transit. And Los Angeles too. Like, just like super solid at getting stuff done. No, it's Salt Lake City. How, I mean, just bluntly, the way that Salt Lake City in a conservative environment was able to get that kind of transit done and have that many people on board with it. I mean, like, that's a testament to, like, a lot of times the issue with things is just not explaining the benefits very well. And as a result, you end up with gigantic parking fields like this one. Hard to disagree about LA. LA has had multiple train lines and subways built since I left. You might not like where they are, but you haven't remembered where you're clearly not thinking about where they've been, because LA was in a very, very bad spot for a long time. Like, the transit was even worse than it is now. It was pitiful. LA's been building incredibly fast. My proudest moment as an Angelino right before I left was voting for all of that. I was like, hell yeah, build all this stuff that I won't be here for, but I think it's the right thing to do. Yeah, exactly. LA core is much better than it used to be. But now you can even take, like, if I'm not mistaken, can't you take a train out to the Inland Empire? Like, as someone, so I got into an accident, a crash, and I totaled my car. And well, okay, total is a harsh word. They told me it was totaled, and I told them that it couldn't be. And like Johnny Cash, I put it together one piece at a time. I took the bus to Sun Valley, Okay. You're gonna keep me at Earth. So I'll show you for a second. Geriatric lemons. I've been meaning to watch your video about the snow. I'm going to. Super pumped about that. Thank you for being here, buddy. So I lived in Encino. Where are all my labels? So I lived in Encino, this area right here. There's Tarzana, Encino's right here. I had to commute to Beverly Hills, which is, there's the Grove, basically this general area. Where can I find anything? So right around here. Pico. Where was I? I was right by the Ralphs in Beverly Hills. Anyway, so I would have to commute to this general area from over here, and it took me an hour. And I'd try to get creative with the ways that I would get there. Some days I'd go down Mulholland. Some days I would take the 101 to the 405, and then go down Wilshire. Some days I would take Sepulveda. And one of the days I decided to take Sepulveda, and Sepulveda basically follows the 405, and someone smoked me, and then they drove away, and I had liability insurance. So I got to work, and I told them, I'm sorry, I've got to quit. So then from here, I ended up getting a job at 2K Games in Northridge. So that's right here. So Northridge is right there, and I'm right here. And there's arterials. You can see them. You would think that I could hop on the bus right here in Encino, get down to Reseda Boulevard, and then go up to Northridge and have no problem. I worked somewhere not too far from here. I think there's CSUN. That's where I went to college for a bit. I worked not too far from here. And it would take me 45 minutes on a bus to get up there. It was absolutely insane. It was terrible. And the frequencies were bad. They stopped all the time. So like that was where LA was. And if you could plan your life around transit, you could take the Orange Line, which is like, I believe, is it this diagonal going through here? Or is that the Amtrak? That's the Amtrak. There's another diagonal road, which was the Orange Line going through, and you could plan your life around that. But buses were bad, and there was no other option. And from there, it's just leaps and bounds better. I ended up realizing at a certain point that biking, even though I had a crappy mountain bike, was going to be significantly faster to get to Northridge. And Sun Valley, I had to take the bus. It's up here. Over here. To go to like random scrap yards to buy I would save up money and buy like a headlight to go and put back in my car. So yeah, this is where I had to go. It was a lot of fun. LA was a harrowing time. How does city government even afford this much sprawl? Well, that's the thing of it. This sprawl is what, like, a lot of times many governments are, the growth is what fuels their ability to do this. That's why there's so many problems when a city goes through like what Detroit went through, shrinking like that. Like cities know how to deal with this. Cities don't know how to deal with contractions. Cities don't know how to deal with stagnant populations even. Like that becomes difficult. Growth Ponzi scheme. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why, like a city like Madison has done incredibly well, specifically because like Austin, Texas, we've had ridiculous growth. And even though we have housing shortages, and that really sucks, in meetings, we would even say like, this really sucks, but you know what's even worse than a housing shortage? Not growing. Not growing is way worse. And that's because governments don't know how to deal with that. It's a much more challenging scenario. Policy built up infinite growth. I mean, but if you think about it, like, especially in the U.S., and I know it's a tricky thing to say these days, but the U.S. is a nation of immigrants, and for much of its history, it incentivized people to come here because we needed people to work jobs that no one else would work, just bluntly. So when you're doing that, you constantly have people moving here, and as a result, the dynamic of the place is that it exists to fund that growth, that's the whole system that develops around it. So that's the part that, like, when I hear people saying, like, oh, we don't want any more immigrants, like, well, we don't have enough people to make the economy that has existed in this country for the entirety of it work. Like, it won't work, which is fine. It's fine. If you don't want to have that economy, that's fine. But just understand what you're saying, because you're not going to, there's no other way to deal with it. I'm woke. Okay. I'm a realist. I like to think of myself as pragmatic. If there's anything that I ever want to be in this world, it's pragmatic. Pragmatism is a super harsh pragmatism, I think is a beautiful thing. Which I think upsets people. I need new city grows to not have greater. What? Am I making Palm Springs? You never know. I think we're gonna have a whole bunch of, like, absolutely horrendous residential growth in just a second. What I'm teeing up right now, while I'm chatting, is I'm going to create an arterial, and then I want to create a certain number of blocks in between the arterial, and I'm just going to create a gigantic grid. And then we'll just start to fill stuff in. We've been saving money. We're still subsidizing all that entertainment, but we're doing fine. Look at 29 Palms. Why does that sound familiar? I will in a little bit. Still being real and honest. I think it's important that people are honest. I think a healthy dose of reality is painful, but also just like what people need. It's easy to believe fantasy, and it's fun to believe fantasy, but it's not reasonable. We're out of power, so I'm going to need to build that right away. So I think that is next. It's a silly place. Let's not go to 29 Palms. I cannot recall. Why does 29 Palms sound familiar to me? Ah, the grid within a grid. Indeed. We're drawing a road to our power grid. We're doing solar. But we're in the desert. Has to be solar. On the nerdy side, good to see you, buddy. Enjoy your being locked out of typing, Twitch. I love it. The Phantom channel. You know that life. Your family's out in the labs. Government jobs. Some of the only good ones out here. Lots of science and military. You must be living the same life that we're living right now. If you are, I'm sorry. I am very sorry. Definitely very stressful. We'll unlock it. We back chat by Palm Springs. Oh. Is that by Coachella, for instance? Or out of curiosity? 1.9 million or 1.5 million. This is a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea. Chat, I'm going to do something temporary. I can't take out a loan for 1.1 million and then still not have enough for the solar plant. And I don't want to just plop a coal power plant. I should. We're going temporary coal. I have no options. It's not what I want to do, but it's what I'm being forced to do. And because we've unlocked all the tiles, I'll just connect it to the outside world, by the way. More hotels? You want me to spam hotel? Just a small loan. Every last dollar that I could possibly take. Just a tiny loan. Don't worry about it. This will be helpful anyway. This is the kind of infrastructure. It kind of follows the highway. I like it. We'll get by. People will stop leaving. It is a desert, so no fires. Water overload. You know what? I'm tired of you. And I'm tired of you. I want the cool northeastern water tower. I don't care if we're wasting all of our money on it. We're doing it. We're getting our sunglasses upgrade. And I'm spinning it around the right way. And the right way is so that down Victoria Street. You always get the smile. We'll make the hill work. Hell yeah, that's awesome. I love that. That's amazing. I do have priorities. Some might say my priorities are out of whack, but you know what? I don't care. I love this. I had a rant in the video. I won't give away too much, but I was in a committee to paint a water tower. And there were a lot of people in that committee who were like, you know, I just don't waste the money on it. Guess who won? Guess who won? We had a whimsical water tower because everyone likes a whimsical water tower, and it only costs a little bit more. How many city planners does it take to paint a water tower? About 100,000 because we're all planning on how not to fall. More than a dog park? Probably. Yeah, exactly. Life's too short not to have a whimsical water tower. But there were a contingent of people who were like desperately against it. And I don't even mean it within the community. I mean like city staff that were like, this is so stupid and it's such a waste. But here's where like I remember having lots of conversations about how it's super wasteful, for instance, to have decorative bridges. But like, shouldn't a bit of whimsy and fun be in everyone's life? Shouldn't it? It is our stupid. I want my stupid. I want my stupid to be there. I want to enjoy my stupid. Let me enjoy my stupid things in peace. Oh no. Oh no, you know what I just did. Oh, dang it. Oh. Otter, good to see you, buddy. Been a while. Oh. So for anyone who doesn't know, this happened in the last stream too. Could you believe that too? I have autosave set to half an hour. And it just autosaved. It just autosaved as I did this. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is when you decide to autosave? Oh my God. Okay, well, I have no option besides to try. This makes me want to cry. And it crashed. All right. Oh, serenity now. Recenter. Let's recenter. Before I do anything rash. I'm gonna try again. I wanna see if it saved it crazy. YMS Paint. We were seeing how we were influencing those industries to move to our city. Yeah. Oh, that makes me so sad. Makes me so sad. Let's go look at 29 Palms. I'm too sad to look at 29 Palms. If I'm keeping it 100,000, if this happens, there is a not insignificant chance that I do the other thing that I wanted to do that I thought would be inappropriate to do. And we just hang out in Magnolia County for a while and I detail some stuff. So frustrating. I know. Similar experience with Frostpunk 2. Yeah, I would spend a little bit of time in Magnolia County. I'd have to hide it from you for a second because it's like saved in the build. But yeah. Garbog. Thank you for the 12 months of tier 1. Brando, thank you for becoming an associate planner. Mr. Goatmeal, I love your name. Thank you for the prime. 7 months of great streams. Thank you. Appreciate you. Martin Flam, thank you for the prime. Let's just say it's drainage ditch. Well, the problem is I think it will continue to crash in that location. The good news is I accomplished basically nothing, so I guess city planner for head of DOT. Man, I don't want that even. that could have been my life. Okay. Here's my attempted fix. The problem, my problem, my mistake is that I decided to use and I had anarchy on while I placed this, and I think that's what killed it. I don't 100% know that, but that is my speculation. Okay. So now I have segments on both sides that I can select. Not that one. I got the dead piece. I don't know how to fix that. Move it and move it up. You can't move it underground. Oh, you can. You can. I can select the nodes, but I can't do anything with them. Go on, get. I don't want this. This is definitely the most stable way to play. For sure. Don't worry about it. Um. Hmm. Okay. I found a solution. Oh my goodness, that made it go away. Look at that. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. What? What just happened? Praise be to the rock gods. Praise be to the rock gods. I don't know what happened. Goodbye. We're not going to ask questions. Sometimes when things work out in your favor, you just accept it. You don't. All hail the rock god. Don't worry about it. I don't know why it worked. It didn't. It came back. Okay, I just need to keep it inbounds. How far could I hide this? I will be satisfied. The rock gods did not save us. Oh, it's rock and roll, baby. Okay. I just got to look at one thing. We were looking at a lot of maps. How far behind is this? Okay. I could speedrun disaster. First, Nacron, thank you so much. 16 months of tier 3. Dude, you are amazing. You clearly don't need to support me, but I super appreciate it. I appreciate you. Does anyone know ASL? I didn't know people still use that. I mean, I remember using it. I'll date myself. I used it in AOL in the chat rooms. You just like meet someone and they're like ASL. And then you would lie. Like, I'm not 13. I'm 16. And I'm a Giga Chad before there's such a thing. Oh, American Sign Language. Oh, now I feel like a jerk. Well, I'm just gonna. Yeah, just no. Don't worry about what happened with the city. Don't worry about me confusing American Sign Language for age, sex, location. You remember ASL too? Yeah. Well, you know. Restore the stream's quick save. Okay. Yeah. So if you guys are wondering why I turned this up, when I'm doing the city tours, it will autosave in the middle of the tour, and I start to rage, like mega rage, because there's nothing more frustrating than like spending a bunch of time to get the perfect shot, and then having that shot get autosaved and have all of your like text show up in the middle of it, especially if it's every 5 minutes, which is super frustrating. AOL with some wild times. I would look forward to AOL so much. We didn't even have a computer. I went to my uncle's house because he had AOL, and it was my step uncle's house and my step cousin. We would just like, well, who we're gonna meet today? It's gonna be wild times on AOL. And it always was the same conversation, but it's fine. Yeah, you've got mail. Sad times finding out that guy just passed. Guy was a legend, especially amongst millennials. What? Oh, I didn't mean to be breaking news of his passing. It happened a while ago. It's not like I'm talking about like severance or something. That'd be crazy. Stop being depressing. Listen, I will try. I'm super sad that I lost my save. We lost the water tower, and now I've just given in to my worst American instincts, and we're going hard on parking and arterials. We're just gonna do it. Full Southwestern. What in Parks at? You're not looking at the whole world here is a park. If you're not seeing all the parks, you're just not looking hard enough. Everything is a park. We've got Schitt's Creek, which we do need to formalize that. There's Schitt's Creek. So we've got Schitt's Creek, and also Farm. We've got Farm. So we've got a lot going for us in this community. And I'm not sure if we have to redemolish our downtown. We'll have to find out. We have Farm where we get food, the best food. The grandest farm in all of the desert. Happy Water Tower is coming soon. Now that we have autosaves every 5 minutes. But to get the Happy Water Tower, you can see I'm working towards Happy Water Tower by building a coal power plant. I'm like speed running all of the steps that got us to crash. So the game tester in me loves this. It's like, can we reproduce this? I don't think we can. But if we can, I couldn't describe it, and that'd be fun too. There's also a fired chemistry teacher doing some wild stuff. You know, when you're at the end of your life, what are you gonna do? Or when you suspect you're at the end of your life? Make sure you can provide for your family before you're gone. However you choose to do that. Okay, so maybe we can play this the right way. Replace this. I think it had to face this way. If we want Sir Smiley. And I got it wrong. That's okay. We got move it. Okay. Perfect. Honestly, this should be our main street. Build Arizona. Well, I think I'm gonna try to speed run it. I'm tired of I'm honestly tired of building small. I wanna build a gigantic grid. I'm gonna build something super reproducible. And we'll figure out how our spacing for our arterials in a second. Basically, where I'm trying to get it right now is into a position where I can let it run again. And I think I'm close. Anarchy off. We delete this. We delete this. We delete these. Then and I get nervous. Update on Monday. What is Monday? What is Monday? There we go. There we go. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Yes. Oh, anniversary. Yeah. Update on Monday. There won't be anything from me. I will be following along just like you guys. I'm going to be honest with you. I've really enjoyed putting the update videos together. I also really miss putting together regular videos. So like, if I make more update videos in the next little while on anything, they'll probably be smaller. Cause I just miss making my normal videos. Like the update videos are a lot of fun, but not as fun as a normal video. You think people prefer the regular stuff? Yeah, I think sometimes. Sometimes. The big thing though is like it's slowed me down. Like my goal was to have Manor Lords done like 2 weeks ago, and it just never happened. So yeah. You've been thinking of doing some shorter City Fix videos when you return, whenever that happens? I think it's a swell idea. It's one of the things that I've been trying to get to. I mean, it is absolutely depressing to me that I have this video written already and I haven't recorded it yet. To the point that it's probably outdated at this point. So like, so yeah. Unless we're not done with that. I like to show stupid things. You lost all motivation. You love my Manor Lords videos. Thank you. You don't even play CS2? You like watching other people play? So you definitely prefer the regular videos? I do think that part of the reason why I enjoyed update on the game, I could tell you, but I would have to be killed. You been enjoying my Manor Lords content too? More Manor Lords? I want to finish this one, and then I want to build on the river map. Like, I know that everyone's building on the river map, but I really want to build on the river map. Hello from historic Greendale. Greendale's a great place. Wonderful. Manor Lords isn't your cup of tea, but you're glad I'm happy? I appreciate that. The only problem with Manor Lords is I will admit the exact same thing that other people have said as well, which is that it is admittedly light on content. So once you've beat Manor Lords, you've kind of beat Manor Lords. So I hear, at least from what I read online, just like the rest of you, not from like any extra knowledge, it sounds like the next update to Manor Lords is going to be more dramatic in terms of like gameplay stuff being added. And I think that honestly, that's exactly what Manor Lords needs. Why that weird offset intersection? Which one? Right here? Mainly because I want to fix the grid. There's probably a more elegant way to do it though. So this street right here, to maintain the grid, it had to be right where it is, but now I neck it down to 2 and it breaks it. But yeah. Here. This goes into the church anyway. Just something like this. It doesn't, this block doesn't really matter. It ends at the church. And honestly, the church isn't centered now either. You know what? You know what? You're right. I'm making things worse. Speaking of making things worse, I have Lumina in this build, and I took it out for Magnolia County, and things just look about 1,000 times better. I should not have started this build with it in. I think I'm going to become a Lumina truther, and I'm done with Lumina. I think I understand why it's useful, but it's not for me anymore. I think I like the way the vanilla game looks. It's sad you want to see me go ham? GeoGuessr when? Okay. Let me make a large reproducible grid. And then after that, we'll play some GeoGuessr. And it probably won't be a lot. Mainly because I want to record Manor Lords in the morning. And I have this habit that you guys are probably well aware of. I will stream about 2 hours longer than I intended to on Thursday nights, and then I'll be so tired that I can't record on Fridays. Or I can, but I just will be delirious. Can I fix the fire station clipping into the road? I'll do you one better. I want a different fire station. And a different song. That was a really dumb choice. I don't have any money, so there will not be another fire station. We will instead go bankrupt. Oh, that's hilarious. Do you guys see what's happened? We went to incentivize entertainment and recreation, and every industry left town. That is wild. Well, I guess we didn't need to do that. Mulligan on the fire station. It's going by the water tower now. I did delete half the city. That is true. And we have demand for everything. Okay. Ooh, we're gonna move that. We're gonna move it. I'm gonna zone along our fun little street here. So let's see. We'll start to have some rationally sized roads here. Oh, wait. Oh, I don't have road builder in this one. I built a really great road that I used all over Magnolia County, and I was going to use it here, but I don't have road builder in here. Let's just load it up with the mixed housing and see what happens. See if it looks rational or insane. I don't need a fire station. I have enough water tower. You're right. All we have to do to put out the fires is turn on the spigot, and we'll see what happens. It'll be fine. Why would I not have road builder? I wanted to do Segunda Beach Plus for the mod set. And the longer I think about that, the less I like it. I like Segunda Beach. But I just went ham on mods in Magnolia County, and man, the mods for this game are so good. So good. They're so fun to play with. It's hard to not play with them. We're going bankrupt because we have no single family homes. So I am going to do one thing real quick. Well, many things. Actually, let's I'm going to bring the zoning back here. What am I doing? I want the zoning back on Main Street. I'm going to do a bunch of the California commercial. The Southwestern, not California, sorry. We'll do Southwestern commercial. And it'll be auto-oriented commercial right on this Main Street. I can't tell if it's actually coming back, though. It doesn't seem like it is. So this is art. And sometimes it's super easy to see what it's doing, and sometimes it is just not. So now I'm removing the side street zoning so I can see that the Main Street zoning is there. I'm working around its workarounds. Okay. I'm gonna just run this down to about here. And then I think I will also clean up the zoning here if I can. And I'm gonna try to grow this in to try to get some tax base going while we're waiting for that to fill in and then sprawling. Did they change the zoning or is it a mod? This is a mod. This is a mod called Art Advanced Road Tool. It's the replacement for zoning toolkit, or maybe not. Maybe replacement's the wrong word. It's not made by the same modder, but it is the spiritual successor to it. And I would say that it is seeing rapid improvement in a way that maybe we weren't seeing with zoning toolkit. So I'm really excited for it. It's still very early in its life. So we'll have to see what happens with it. But until we get an official version, this is kind of the world that we're living in. And I think that I personally think that zoning is one of the more frustrating things in the game. So I welcome anything that makes it easier. Do I have a YouTube city build that uses a lot of mods? Magnolia County. Magnolia County, like my whole thing with mods, like I know that people, I get a message in Discord today where people said, you know, why am I not adding zoning bylaw in? The main reason is my own personal fear that I'll break Magnolia County. I've been very meticulous with trying to add the most stable mods that I could to the build, but still like not limiting myself at all. So Magnolia County has a lot of mods. And I think it's a better series for it. Will this be a Las Vegas like Boulevard? I wish. It's not really possible right now. We don't have the assets for it. Unfortunately, not the assets for it. Otherwise, I would. Japan pack is very white. True. French pack is even whiter. Are you guys doing like a tier list of how white the packs are? There's definitely tiers of how white the packs are. I would definitely put France and Japan up at the very top. There are tourist attractions. It's like a Ferris wheel, so I think a place like Paris is easy to do in comparison. You could do like a capital city with some of the things that you have. Like the Grand Hotel is probably as close as you get to like a Vegas style building. And then the signatures, I mean, I don't really know that there's much in here either that really fits. Yeah, I don't think you could do Vegas. I don't think it's possible. Like it'd be super cool, but it's just not. I don't think it's possible. I'm wondering if this gas station though can save us from all of our budgetary problems. Let's move it in a rational location. Right off the highway. Perfect. Taking access right from this road that connects directly to the highway. The Gallery of Art. To me, that fits like... The Gallery of Art fits a capital city. Or like a really metropolitan city like New York City or something, or Chicago, but... Is it weird that there wasn't a gas station signature building for the US? I don't think so. So a lot of people have said, like, is it weird that, you know, X building wasn't available in the in blank pack? And I think the weird part is that there wasn't like a standard set of buildings that we got. I don't know if that was always the game plan or not. My guess is probably not. But that's the only part that I personally think is kind of weird. I wish that there was more of that. Oh, no. I did not expect that it would just be the same building all up and down here. I need to bust out my region pack guide because that is not what I wanted. I wanted more variety than that. But Strip Mall USA, here we come with Japanese fence, which we'll get rid of. Freedom. The Buc-ee's is a signature building. So I think that that is how the assets need to come into the game. We just need to get large corporations to sponsor their own buildings to come into the game. So I want to see a Buc-ee's. I want to see a Quick Trip. I want to see an IKEA. That's how we do it. Buc-ee's is terrifying. You want to see a Wendy's? I feel like... Who was I talking to about Wendy's recently? B. Squigelhausen? And I was like, Wendy's? Who goes to Wendy's? I guess I went to a Wendy's at one point. I had a friend who said, "Do you want to go to Wendy's?" And I was like, sure, I guess. In-N-Out, please. I'm like 1,000 miles from In-N-Out. If they would build an In-N-Out in Wisconsin, I would go there. But I was hoping that they would build an In-N-Out in Colorado, and they built it just after I left. So I don't feel very hopeful about that. Okay, so 65 was our magic number. So 64 is what we go with, or maybe we'll go with 72. So I think we start our new grid right here. And we're going to go 72 up. We'll do something like that. Need a Walmart. We'll put a Morrissey's. That'll be how we solve that. Culver's is your jam? Spicy chicken? I've never had the spicy chicken there. I only get butter burgers and fish. I should branch out. My wife has got the spicy chicken. She's offered me a bite, and I didn't want it to sully my my butter burger. Couldn't do it. Harbor Freight? Never been to a Harbor Freight. What does one get at a Harbor Freight? Spicy chicken is good. Jamin, if everyone's vouching for it, I'll try it the next time I go. I actually have to go there soonish for a fundraiser. Farm and Fleet? You take that back. Everyone knows that Fleet Farm is superior. Farm and Fleet is like legitimately aimed at farmers. And that's just not fun. Fleet Farm is aimed at like anyone, including children. The budget? You're concerned about the budget? Don't be worried about the budget. Listen. Look at me. Look at me. Do I seem like someone? Do I seem like someone who's concerned right now? Don't worry about the budget. All we have to do is Demolish our roads. Destroy our healthcare. Stop picking up garbage. And we could really dumb down our kids. That would really go a long way too, but that's probably good enough. I appreciate the warning. Now people are feeling melancholy about living here. I understand. I feel the same way. Don't look at that. Everything is fine. Here's the thing about being so efficient. We're so efficient that eventually we start losing money because government is not about making money. It's about providing services. That's a challenge. That's a challenge. New administration says everyone must pay more, and that's how we will solve our problems. There we go. Government is about wasting money? Oh man, you are in the wrong place if you feel that way. You're in long-time government employee feels good about the government land. Yeah. I mean, I spent most of my life in public service. So, you think government's about wasting money? You and I are probably gonna have many disagreements. And I would say that those are fine disagreements, but I would also tell you that you're wrong. I will not lie and say that government doesn't waste money sometimes, but also, so does the private sector. So, yeah. Coming from an ex-government employee. Yeah. Like, man, know your audience. Like, as a former government employee, married to a government employee, who went to college. I went, not only did I go to college to be a government employee, I doubled down on being a government employee and got more college to be an even better government employee. Like, super believe in government employees. Super believe in government employees. So, yeah. No doubt, folks, you know, in the private sector wastes money like nobody's business. For sure. For sure. Government is not about wasting money. They're just usually good at it. I mean, bluntly, and you're not going to like to hear this either. From what I saw, most of the time, government employees were underfunded and underpaid, and positions couldn't get filled as a result. Because, you know, like, reasonably, as when I worked in government, I was probably making about 65% of what I could have made if I worked in the public sector. I was offered the opportunity at the firm I was working at to move out to California and work my way towards being a partner. And if I would have done that, I would have been an owner of a company. So, like, I decided, no, what I really want to do is work for my local community and try to do the right thing. But yeah, I'm a greedy government employee that wants to go and, like, steal the government's, you know, tens of thousands of dollars. Like, what I would see more often than that is contracts being given out to the private sector for things that the government should be doing and spending twice as much to do it. So, like, that is the waste. That is the waste. Because you don't trust government employees to do things, so instead you contract it out to a consultant. That's ridiculous, and it costs twice as much. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. But that is just that is what blind partisanship and a lack of willing to dive into the numbers and actually look at things leads you to. Dumb decisions, stupid choices. It's very important to stay active in your local community and advocate for your tax dollars being used appropriately. Absolutely. Absolutely. hold your public officials to account, whether they are your local city planner or your council person. But don't just assume that they are there to waste money and like grift off the public. Like, half of these people aren't making any money. Like, they're doing it because like either they want a stable job or they want to help their community. Like that's the part that like when I hear those opinions, like, most people get into public service because they want to serve the public. They don't do it because they want to steal money from the government. Like, they're not like looking at their neighbors paying taxes and just like rubbing their hands together going, I can't wait to steal your money. Like, so someone decides to be patriotic and serve their community, to care about something bigger than themselves, and they're demonized and by half of the people out there. That's ridiculous. And like, I'm gonna tell you, I'm getting heated, but like just like talking about it, it really pisses me off. So like if you have those opinions, like, that's fine. I'm gonna get mad and I'm gonna start banning. So like I don't want to be that guy, but I'm gonna get mad. Like, I'm already getting pissed. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, don't attack government employees in here. It really bothers me. I was a government employee for a long time. I'm married to one. Like, no, don't make me mad. All right, that's the first time I think I've gotten mad on stream. I'm sorry. It hasn't happened before, but it's just like, God, man, no, like, come on. You would say it was passionate. It's just like, a lot of good people work for the government. And I would like to think that the things that I did while I worked for the government mattered. And I didn't do it because I wanted to grift off the government. I wanted to do something to help my community. And I think the things I did mattered. And I think the things that my former coworkers are doing matter. I think the things that my wife is doing matter. And I think that there's a lot of people who think that the people who work for the government don't matter and they're not doing real jobs. And the funny thing about that is a lot of them spent a lot of time in school to learn how to do things that no one else wants to do. And it's just, it's maddening to me. Yeah, mulligan that comment again. Like, if that person, I don't know who it was. I get so mad. I don't get mad very often. I like pride myself on not being someone who gets mad, but like, that just kind of set me off into like a mini rage. Cole, I'm happy to. Like, it's just the way that government employees are being treated right now is just, it's really upsetting. It's just not right. People dehumanize government workers and see them as politicians, and that's not the reality. Yeah, most government employees are nonpartisan. Like, they don't really care. Most government employees are super geeks about one thing or another. Like working for your local government is where you get to make maps about things in your local community and provide them as a public service, or, you know, improve the roads by looking at data in a very quantitative way. Like, it's super dorky stuff. Like, the stuff that I enjoy doing, like, in the public sector, like, to get paid to help your community is a goal job for a lot of people. It's a dream job. And to be demeaned for that, like, it's really frustrating. It shouldn't be a thing. You totally agree, makes your blood boil, and that's what's happening right now. Makes me strongly strongly want to work for the government. As a whole, yes, most do want good for the community. You agree, just a small few take advantage of it. You apologize for getting me riled up. Doctor, it's okay. There are people in every line of work that will take advantage of things, but I will assure you that as someone who has worked with these folks alongside of them, as one of them for a long time, I met very few people. I can't recall of any. No, I'll take that back. No, I know one guy that sucked. He was terrible. And the moment he got called out for it, which took admittedly longer than it should have, he quit. But he was the exception to the rule. And so I'll play the devil's advocate. This is a guy who he wasn't inefficient at what he did. What he did instead is he wanted to preserve his job. And the way that he did that is he refused to teach people what he was doing. So he had a particular set of skills that was incredibly valuable. So I think I've talked about the national highway system. You had to put together these maps. Individual communities get these maps. They show all the national highway system maps or highways. East Washington is one of these. There's a specific way to calculate these, and these are basically escape routes. These are freight routes. These are the most important roads in a community. So like if Milwaukee were to get hit by a nuclear bomb, these are the roads that they would direct people to go to. Is Milwaukee going to be hit by a nuclear? No, it's not going to. But if there were a war, these are the routes that you would take. These are the routes that you would send freight on. He created the system basically for that, and then refused to tell anyone how to do it. That is the kind of like abuse. And then he got pissed one day when he got called out for it, and he quit. And then for a while, like no one knew how to do his job, and it was a mess, an absolute mess. And they had LTEs, limited term employees, that were trying to learn his job because they were not allowed to hire a full-time replacement because it had been worked in at one point that even though the department had enough money to hire a new employee, they weren't allowed to increase the numbers of government employees because government employee bad. So they were allowed to only hire temporary employees without benefits. So they would clearly want to leave after like they could find a full-time job. So they're just churning through all those people. And then of course, government employee bad again. Government employee bad because government employee cannot afford to work the job because they're making $15 an hour with no benefits. So why would they want to work that job? I wouldn't want to work that job permanently. Not if you could get a job that pays $20 an hour and gives you a pension. Like why would you take that other job? Sorry. I'm going to stop. You blame Hollywood for the way they always portray government as this evil entity in movies? I mean, there probably is some truth to that. I mean, I think that a lot of times there are stereotypes that get perpetuated by movies and media in general. And as a result, that is the way that people view things. But also, just reasonably, there's a lot of politicians that also portray government employees as the problem. And I think it's a way to deflect. Like when you portray the government employee as the problem, the politician is not the problem. And that is like, and I will tell you, at the national level, it happens more so by one party, but at the local level, I've seen it happen on all sides. And it's incredibly frustrating. The number of times that I've been thrown under the bus by a local elected official, maddening. Once it gets to silly season, all bets are off. Stereotypes are similar in Europe. Government employees, like, just generally, like, nobody gets into, like, if you want power, you don't get into civil service. Like that's the part that I don't understand is like people will pretend like the government employee, like no, I get it. There's a Robert Moses one. But most government employees don't have any power. They're implementing what decision makers want, regardless of how they feel about it. And if the government employee doesn't agree with it, like my first government job, I didn't agree with the policies and I decided to quit. Like that was my recourse. My recourse wasn't to fight the power from within the system. Like that wasn't an option. The option was if you don't like it, then quit. Like the politician sets the policy. Government employees should be nonpartisan, but now are being judged by their party loyalties. It's absurd. I mean, okay. I hear what you're saying. I will agree and disagree. Like, everyone has a partisan lean, and that shouldn't matter as long as they are able to dutifully execute what they're supposed to be doing. So just as long as the employee can take their personal politics and just say, you know what, it doesn't matter. You know, like, and there are some roles, I will admit, where the lines get blurred. As planner, for instance, my job was to advocate for positive planning policy, but many times the local elected official didn't like positive planning policy. And as a certified planner, because I actually am a certified planner, if I don't advocate for planning policy, I lose my certification. So, like, I will do what they say I have to do, but the advice I have to give them it's gotta be sound advice from a planning perspective. That is as blurry as it gets, though. Like, ultimately, I give them the advice, and if they decide not to do anything with it, that's their call. Totally getting baited again. I've been baited. I got baited, and now I'm upset. I'm just gonna try not to be. It's supposed to be about civil service of your civic duty. It's become so lost. I mean, yeah, I do think that there's a lot of confusion about why people get into civil service, I think. And there's a lot of different reasons. I mean, my grandpa was a veteran. And I remember the first time I was thinking about it, it wasn't super altruistic. The first time I thought about it, my grandpa said, basically he said, like, as a black man, I haven't had a lot of opportunities, but the government always took care of me as long as I served my country well. So he served in the military. He ended up moving to Colorado because of that. He lost an eye in, I think it was a non-combat mission. So he ended up becoming a disabled veteran. And then he worked as a jailer for years, again, in a government role. So, like, he saw it as a way, in a place where maybe it was difficult for him to get a job as a black man in the 1950s and 60s, to get a job and serve his country at the same time. He was very proud of that. He instilled that in me, like, go serve your country. Your country is not going to care about, anything besides your willingness to serve your country well. So yeah, I like early on, like, I have multiple family members who are in the military, and that was part of why that happened. Like, my belief in civil service. So yeah, American politics confuses you and angers you as a Canadian. American politics confuses and angers lots of people. American politics confuses Americans. Confuses and angers Americans. Your mom is a worker for the County of Los Angeles, and she loves her job. She's had countless opportunities to go elsewhere, but finds gratification helping the public and guiding and helping better their lives. Absolutely. That is another. My mom was she was a social worker for the county that I grew up in, and her main job was basically helping people who were unable to find work to get jobs, who otherwise might not have been able to be placed. So these are valuable things. They're not things you think about all the time, but they provide opportunities, and they lift people into the middle class, and they provide local communities valuable services. I'm just saying, your local civil servant is probably not a bad person looking to steal your money. And the other thing I will also say is your local civil servant, it probably has a lot more in common with you than the people who are telling you that your local civil servant doesn't have anything in common with you and is worthless. Happy Social Worker Appreciation Month. I didn't even know that was a thing. Hope you find a stream. You won't be back. I'm sorry to hear that. Also, like, I'm also sorry that I got riled up. I realize I have to add a medical clinic. No. I need to fund the medical clinic. I think I still have one. I don't know where it is. I've lost track of everything. Wait. We have a gas station. Did I delete the medical clinic? Is that the real problem here? Shoot. You're right. I don't want to take out a loan, but I'm going to have to. I'll go for a... This is a better deal in the long term. I'm going to place this just off from an arterial. Oh, it won't fit. Oh, yeah, it will. Right here. That's good. Yeah, I'm sorry that I got into politics. I got very unhappy. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it again. I will try not to anyway. I will try not to be baited. This like people attacking civil servants just really bothers me. And like as a channel called City Planner Plays, like it's a little on the nose. I get it. But like also maybe not the best place to come and attack civil servants. Just not a great spot. Or if you think they suck, like I don't know why you're here. I should have looked at that. Yeah, I don't think it's an insane notion to want to protect people who you are a part of. You know, like I didn't make the channel City Planner bashes civil servants. Like that's not the channel that I made. So like I'm not going to go into all of my beliefs, but I will strongly support civil servants. Sean, thank you for the super chat. I'm so wholesome. I love the idea that this is me mad, eloquent, respectful but firm, not to mention correct. My wife and I love you, Sean and Courtney from Denver. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Gupta, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate you. Thank you. And Cheeky, thank you for the gifted subs. Ryan Bot, thank you so much for the prime. Lonely Pine, thank you so much for the super chat. You went to school for 6 years, been an investigator for child services, 3 years, and makes significantly less than my boy, who's a newbie trucker. Sounds about right. I made significantly less than my wife for years when she was working at a company, and she got stock options and a bunch of other stuff like that. That just like it made like it's fine. Like I made that choice, but like I clearly like money wasn't my motivation. You know, like if I wanted to make money, like with a master's degree, I could have made a lot more money doing something else. Ryan Bot, thank you for the biddies. You've been watching my channel for close to a year and absolutely love the content and personality. Thank you for all the hard work. Thank you. Appreciate you. Riri, thank you for this 6 months tier 1. Honest Gaming, thank you so much for the becoming associate planner. Local Magic, thank you for the tier 1 for 5 months. Jay Gamble, thank you for the biddies. Sorry to get serious, but you started playing Cities Skylines a few months back and got overwhelmed and almost quit. But like most people, I hopped on my YouTube and found my beginner's guide. Hope you really appreciate finding a black creator in the space. It made me feel confident trying to get better. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think YouTube is the great and Twitch are the great, like, you can be anybody. It's cool. I appreciate that about it. Ryan Sullivan, thank you for the super chat. Been watching me for over a year and finally get to live stream. Ryan, I'm sorry that I got. Please change the city name to Mulligan. I will do that. I'm sorry that the what you got to see on your first stream here was me getting heated and yelling. Yeah, sorry. Do I listen to the podcast? CityCast Madison? Just heard about the network? No, I did not. I've never heard of it. Don't sweat folks disagreeing, Jen, on YouTube. Unless you're lying or scamming, this is my space. If we can't deal with your values and how you express them, we don't need to be here. Yeah, I get it. Like, so I have two minds about it. On one hand, people want to watch gaming content because they want to escape the world. And I'm chill. I super cool with that. Like, that's one thing that I like about this. That's why I like really enjoyed starting it. But certain topics will touch me in a very particular way, and I will end up expressing my feelings. And that is one of them, I think. Yeah, I haven't actually gotten that upset on stream. You need austerity merch. I need to actually release the merch that I've paid to have created. The world is out there regardless. Yeah, there's like, I want to help you escape it, but I also like certain topics are just very real to me. The other thing is, like, I like to think I'm amongst friends right now, and I'm going to kind of just level with you about certain topics. You bring it up, I'm going to tell you how I feel, and you might disagree with me. That's okay. We could disagree. You want me to pay off the loan? That would actually fix the budget, most likely, or get us close to it. Good call. Good call, Riri. You don't have to agree on everything to be friends. I agree. One of my best friends, actually two of my best friends, and I agree on nothing. And I love them both. And we are complete opposites in our beliefs. It's one of the things I really appreciate about the place that I live, is that I am forced to interact with people that don't agree with me a lot. And that's a good thing. You should be taken out of your echo chamber and be forced to talk to people that don't agree with you. Because sometimes you can realize that you're not right. But some things are just like truths to me. You will never convince me that you're right. And one of them is that government employees are the devil. I will never believe you. Because they're not. You have the exact same situation right now. Two friends have wildly different views than you. It's tough sometimes. You know, but those are like the right kinds of friendships to have, I think. It's really easy to find friends that completely agree with you 100% of the time. It's hard to make friends with someone who's going to tell you that they disagree and that you're wrong. And I think it takes a big person to be willing to either let bygones be bygones or to hash out the details. Like when I went to the Packer game not too long ago, my buddy and I have just totally different beliefs about just like the smallest things to the biggest things. But every time I sit with him and talk with him, I feel like I learn about the world in a different way. And it's really important that I understand, even if it's just to understand, it's really important to do so. Yeah. Chat, the dress was blue, fight me. That's a callback. It's factually true that sweet pairs with salty. You don't know how people can get so mad about pineapple when folks are lining up for hot. I love that. We all need a little bit more Yanni and Laurel in our life. If our morals don't align, I can't mess with people. I think so. My personal perspective on that is I think it's easy to assume, based on one's politics, that someone's morals do not align with yours. But I don't always believe that to be the case. I think you've got to give people a little bit more grace than that. And think more positively at people. I think that there are lots of different reasons why people feel the way that they do. And part of the reason why things are so messed up in many ways right now is that rather than being willing to listen to people that think differently than you and hear them out and believe them to first be a positive actor and not necessarily a bad faith actor right away. That's not where people are at. They're just like, you disagree with me, therefore you're evil. And I think that describes most of the societal ills and why things have gotten so extreme as they have. I think many years ago, we should have probably recognized this and not let it get to where it is, because now it's in a really, really bad place. Desert city. Or should we have made it a desert city? Boulevard, we need it. Do you want this to be Maple Boulevard? There you go. Your mother is a blatant racist. Being in contact with her, just an example. Well, yeah, like that's different. That's not a policy. That is being wrong. But there are many people who just like, they have a different lived experience, you know. And I try to keep that in perspective. I think it's important to do so. Because, you know, like, everyone has a different, everyone's life shapes who they are and what they believe. And I guess I get that there are going to be examples of people who are like, they don't believe what you do and they're bad. But also there are probably more examples, of people who don't believe what you do. You probably have a ton in common with them, but you'll never know because you won't give them a chance and they won't give you a chance. I personally believe that is usually the case. Although I will say, people who get off on like upsetting their political adversaries bother me. I don't understand that. Killer traffic on the road. Everyone was moving in, apparently. Or they all wanted to go to our strip mall. Meg the artist, you're going to have some dark chocolate in a minute? That sounds nice. My wife believes dark chocolate is the best kind. I am a milk chocolate person. You disagree, let them talk, ask questions to understand their thinking. Sometimes you will see them catch themselves out, and sometimes you can make an adjustment to your views. We always need to talk and be more reasonable. I completely agree. You think hearing people out, Otter, on a specific topic is important, but it's entirely okay to be a single topic and not be willing to hear someone else's opinions based on what they think of a specific topic? Sure. I just think that though it is very easy to think that most people who don't agree with you are fundamentally flawed like in their morals or XYZ. I just don't think that that's generally the case. I don't know. I personally get very sad about how the kind of the state of things in that way. Mostly because in Wisconsin you cannot live in this place without interacting with people who do not agree with you. And you go to a family gathering and it's just like 50% of the people won't agree with you. And like it is what it is, you know, like you can choose to believe that they are bad people, or you can choose to hear them out, or just do what most of us do, which is just not talk about it and still enjoy them for the people that they are. Division of beliefs, certain people and keeps everyone else busy. You've cut the bad people from your life and improved so much for it. Oh, I guess to each their own. That's fine too. Listen, this is only my thing. This is how I feel. I think it's fine that other people feel differently. That is how I feel, though. I will never cut those people out because I don't want to. I want to understand them. It means a lot to me personally. Trees growing on Chair Boulevard are eventually cut and made into chairs. How's Turd River looking? Better. It's actually almost made its way over to the actual stream, like the dried stream, the dried creek. Someday, you never know. You feel me on this? You think it's important to distinguish between valued opinion you disagree with and active prejudice? I think most people don't expect you to engage with people with who don't think you should exist. Sure, no, that is absolutely true, absolutely true. My default is to assume people are good actors until they have proven themselves to be not good actors. It's like that's my philosophy on life, I guess. Until you've demonstrated that you are not. Until you've demonstrated that you're not good, I'm going to try to believe that you are. Once you've demonstrated that you're bad, I will not trust you. And like impossible. I'm like I think one of my big character flaws is once someone wrongs me, I think it's really difficult for me to get trust back. And it's something that like I wish I was better about, but like I just know who I am. Also, yeah. In general, I think I try to believe that people are good. What is going on here? What I want to do, okay, just so you guys understand what I'm trying to do. So we have this skewed grid, and I want to take this arterial right here and get it back on path. So I'm going to send this diagonal for a while and then back up straight to correct this. And that'll be what encloses this grid right here. That's going to be the whole goal, is to fix this grid, put it in the right place, because it's not in the right place right now. And maybe it'll extend off diagonally and towards the correct direction. We'll see. Does the grid tool work for what I'm trying to do? Maybe. Maybe. If I toggle it like that, then probably. Problem is, I feel like it never lines up the way I want it to. Let's try it again. I guess it is. I just have to go slow. B. Swagelhausen. They're talking about me on Blue Sky. Oh dear God. So I started ranting and now I've become a meme. That's great. B. Swagelhausen, what is going on in Blue Sky? What kind of trouble did I get myself into? You sent me a link? Oh, whoops. Well, that's a nice way of phrasing it. You didn't say Twitter, so I think people would have been very upset. Well, I stand by everything I said. I don't really care. I don't know if you were here, B. Skyhausen, but I got heated about like people talking bad about civil servants, and I just kind of went off. And it is what it is. It's like I need to add a poor high-rise district. I should. I mean, the problem is I either go for the French, or I get a skyscraper. You've been here as a civil servant. You appreciate it? Be Swagelhausen. You know, I'm thinking about you too in that conversation. I know a lot of civil servants. I know a lot of them. A lot of my friends are civil servants. It's like I know a lot of people who are civil servants. Agent limit reached. You scared me for a second there. Because that sounds like the error I get when I can no longer see YouTube in StreamerBot. But it's almost midnight, so it gets reset. Blue Sky's more fun than X. I agree. The main thing that I like about it is my whole goal with Blue Sky was to have a space where like I didn't have to hear about politics. I mean, I don't have to. I hear a lot about gaming news now. And honestly, the funny thing about Blue Sky is half of the things I follow are reposts of things on Twitter. So like I follow the official PlayStation account, which actually isn't. It's just someone who set up a bot to send it out. And I just don't have to listen to the garbage I don't want to hear. Like, I just don't want to hear it. Like I turn on the TV in the morning and I hear it. I hear it all day. Like I just don't want to hear it sometimes. You know, I do. The other thing I like about Blue Sky. So for a long time, the thing I missed about Twitter was I just always would go to trending. And now that they've added that in there, it feels like Twitter from like, I don't know, like 10 years ago. And it's just nice. Threads is fun too? You think Blue Sky is more popular? So I tried Threads. I was kind of creeped out by them adding everyone that I'd ever added to Instagram. And I've had Facebook. I'm like a Facebook OG. Like when I got on Facebook, it was when like they went to UWSP and then someone got like a bunch of flyers and they like taped it on the dorms. And it's like on the dorms, like there's these flyers on the dorm walls, get on the Facebook. And yeah, so like that is how old my Facebook is, and I turned that into Instagram. So just like a bunch of random stuff. Yeah, I've been on Facebook since they dropped when I was on Facebook, your grandma couldn't be on there. It was only people who were in college. You had to have a college email. And honestly, Facebook was awesome. It was amazing. Like I remember meeting friends. You could only have one picture, and God, I'm gonna sound super old. You could only have one picture, and you put your dorm phone number on there. And we had a landline phone in our dorm because I had a cell phone, but I didn't get reception in the dorm. So you'd put your dorm phone number on there, and someone would look you up on the Facebook, and then you could talk with them. You could be like, "Look me up on Facebook. Here's my name." So yeah, if you're addicted to X, you'll like Blue Sky. It's the identical thing. Without rage bait. It's the exact same thing. The only thing I worry about with Blue Sky is that they have not monetized it yet. That's like, I recently, for Master Plan Music, I'm not using OBS. I've been following Meld Studio for a long time. Enthusiastically, because I think OBS has a lot of problems. But I don't know how they monetize. And that is the thing that worries me. Like anytime you get one of these really cool technologies, it's not monetized. What are they going to do to monetize? What are they going to do to ruin this thing? They've got to make money, but for real. You think I like rectangles, Rengray? You are right. I do like rectangles. Here's the thing. We're building on a map where there's basically no constraints at all. I lived, okay. Lived in a place called Marshfield, Wisconsin for a while. And when I was an undergrad, I had a project where I worked with the planners of Marshfield. And the planners here told me this was the perfect place because there were no impediments, no bodies of water, no hills. All you needed to do was just keep building, just a big rectangle. And there was a couple of spots where things changed directions to orient with the Jeffersonian grid. But this is basically it. The whole reason why that there's this offset grid is there was a rail line that went through here that was active. I don't know if it still is. I don't think it is. In fact, I should say I know that it's not. Because the former rail station is a restaurant that throws a bunch of butter on everything. But yeah, in the absence, basically, yeah, there's the restaurant. In the absence of constraints, easy replicability of the grid wins the day, because it makes it fast to develop when the city's growing quickly. So that's kind of what you see here. Like you can straight up see where the farm fields used to be. You can see where things just kept repeating. And yeah, so like even in new developments, you can very clearly see where the farm fields were. So yeah, that is why I'm going with a big rectangle. You know, in CS1 there was a multiplayer mod. What? I don't know. I don't think there's was there a multiplayer mod? I'm not aware of it. We just tossed around saves. We just got a Google Drive. You drop it in there. What made CS1 good for that was you could take your save and just subscribe to all the mods on there. That's not possible. No deep fried butter. It's actually an Asian restaurant, and they Wisconsined it up by just like, do you want some fried rice? What your fried rice needs is more butter. More butter. The delicious food. Delicious food. Don't get me wrong. Delicious food. Collabs are fun and Poplar Ponderosa. I know exactly what you're saying, and I will tell you that is why I've been so reluctant. Collabs are very challenging when you can't do the auto subscription to mods and you can't share a playlist. Like, they have got to figure out playset sharing. Like, it is like a real problem. Like, I wish that I could share my playset with you guys. Like, it's the #1 thing I get asked. Even though I have a website with all of the links on there, which took me forever to put up. Not nearly as good as like having a playset share button, and I could just send you a link. Someday. Fingers crossed. A roundabout near America? Is it too small? Should I get a bigger roundabout? Or should I just add all the roundabouts? Hundreds of roundabouts. The real problem is we don't have any rail here. This rail all stinks too. We were trying to jam it in where we had no space, and now we can do whatever we want. Like, I hate everything on this side of the highway. We got to redo it all. You got quite a few roundabouts in Santa Fe? I mean, that's a good thing. One place I was looking... Reno, Nevada. Because they had a similar thing to Alco with their rail. The interesting thing about this, though, where is it? Right here. So they got it below grade. And then it goes underground, and then they turned it into some sort of a park right here. Just super cool. Granted, it's Nevada, so you get casino. Super cool though. They dropped it underground, and so that makes me want to just like ram this thing right through the middle, and then try to figure out how to do it later on. And they've done it basically everywhere here. This must be. It's like cargo. But I saw it split off into another area, and they were doing basically the same. Oh, right here. So it splits off and at grade a bit, and then I thought I saw it go underground again. Maybe that's a different one. So I kind of want to bring it in right away and just kind of see what we can do with it. Bring it into an area where it doesn't make. Maybe it's not awesome for it to be. Like, I wonder if we shouldn't just like send it off this way and have a station downtown. Missing Magnolia County episodes. When are the new ones coming? 10 hours and 2 minutes. 10 hours and 2 minutes. And it's a really good one. I really like this one. I really, really enjoyed it, putting it together. Hopefully you enjoy it as well. You've not eaten tacos ever in your life? Ocarina of Time. Really? Why are you depriving yourself of happiness? I don't understand that. You should get a taco immediately. Like, just seriously, like, leave now and get a taco because you're missing out. You're getting Lagunda's tacos tomorrow, as you should. You don't have Mexican restaurants nearby? You must not be in the U.S. then. Oh, wow. This looks terrible here. Yeah, the textures like break. And that must be because of the ground texture. I wonder. I'm going to try to fix this before I do anything rash. Nope, just looks terrible. Chat, should I just cover this up with bushes and trees and call it a day? You have to pick an issue of controversy for your argumentation class? Well, when I had debate and argumentation, it was the Kyoto Protocol. I had to defend it without doomsaying. So if you wanted a similar topic, it would be the Paris Climate Accords. It's perfect for that kind of class because people will be on both sides of it. That is my truthful advice. That would be a good one. Build a tram line instead of a train line, but cities don't get built around tram lines. That's not what I'm trying to. So I basically want to take all of this madness and fix it. So I think I want this to move. This is a really nice train yard and it's in the wrong spot. So what I think I'm going to do instead is branch this off, send this up, and then maybe turn it this way and leave the rail yard out there. That's kind of where my head's going. And I'll probably need to branch it off sooner so I can drop it down and go underneath the highway and then cut through here. You wish I had Road Builder? So I could have done a road with a rail down the middle? I might add it down the line. I feel like Road Builder is one of those mods that when I'm not using it, I feel like I can get by without it. And then when I do use it again, I go, oh my goodness, this game is just, it's so much better with it. Why would you want to play without it? That's kind of where I'm at. Like, what I was able to do in Magnolia County, like the next build. So Beast Weigel hasn't seen it. Not possible without Road Builder. Not possible. Morning from the UK. Hey, good morning, Jack. Thank you for being here. We're just using eminent domain on literally everything in this community. We've gotten rid of everything. We went from losing money to making money. It's been an interesting ride. Wait, there's a mod you can zone along streets? Well, so it depends on what you mean. So with Road Builder, you can take a highway and add zoning to it if that's what you're trying to accomplish. I'm not sure what you mean. What are you trying to do? How many hours does CS2 go into an episode on YouTube? I am not going to be a bad person again. Give me a second. So this is all of the video. 160 gigabytes. Today we're gonna do something. Up. I want to see the playlist screen. Now that all the region packs in. Hold on. I can add the time or the duration, one of the two. I want to say, I don't know how to do it. Probably not it. Awesome. No. So I want to say that this was like seven or 8 hours of footage, and then probably another few hours of prep, and then 6 hours of editing, this 6 to 8 hours of editing for my editor, and then another 3 to 4 for me. So a couple of days. It takes a little while. It takes a while. Oh, view playlist. In VLC? Or Or are you saying in here? Yeah, let's actually take a look. I'll take a look. Plus so it's all of these pieces right here. Like this is why I'm so slow. Like I used to just like sit down and I'd record one little piece right here. But now I record so many little pieces of a video and then cobble them together, and I'll redo bits and pieces of it. It's just like, it's like a big process. And then I'll do voiceover afterwards to fix mistakes that I've made so that I can try to be as clear as possible. So just in terms of raw footage, I mean, this right here, that's the same file. So let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then I would say for all the tour stuff probably another 4. So actually I'm probably a little bit closer to like 11 hours of recording for this one. Yeah, it's a lot. I think a lot of people do a lot less than me. I probably should control myself. It's like YouTube Simulator again. Wait. 8 hours and 30 seconds of footage. Okay, good. So the other part of that is like the tour and all the B-roll takes longer. But yeah, takes a long time. Editing takes so long. Editing only takes long if you Editing only takes a long time if you do it right. We're out of body capacity, so I need to build a crematorium. I mean, back in the day, I will be upfront. Like Verde Beach. Hold on, let me show you a difference. Let's take a look at an old Bluffside crossing. Oh, this is my archives. I'm gonna go back into raw. Honestly, I think I lost half of the Bluffside crossing and Verde Beach. So here's what I used to have, and I would just sit down and record a video. I mean, that video is an hour long. I did it in one take, and I don't know. So the way that I used to make a video is I would just I would get an idea for what I wanted to make a video about, and I would think about it all day. And then at 10 o'clock at night, I would sit down and I would just record whatever happened. And sometimes the videos would be fine, and sometimes the videos would bluntly not be up to snuff. But I was so fixated on the idea of consistency that I was like, I will make sure that I get a video out on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday at 8 a.m. And it has to be done. It has to be that way. So yeah. With all that footage, is there any B-roll or stuff left on the cutting room floor when that would make an interesting video? No, I don't really think so. Bluntly, I feel so there are whole videos. There are whole videos that I redo. Matterlords 2, I redid. I got to the end of it and I gave it to my editor, and I had this sinking feeling that it was a bad video. And I just said, you know what? I think I've just got to go back to the drawing board and try it again. So generally the stuff that's left over, I don't think is good. You wish you had that many consistent ideas. Love the work ethic. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it happens. I'm not as creative as some other people, but I think that I understand what I do, and I like doing what I do. I feel very good about it. What made it bad? I thought that it was disorganized. The reason why I couldn't figure out how to make the streams into interesting video content is, for better or for worse, these streams are a disorganized mess where I sometimes get things done and oftentimes just chat and hang out. And in some cases, like today, I just get upset and rant. So it just doesn't work. And I want it to work, but it just doesn't. And I felt like the video that I threw out, I just got the feeling that I wouldn't want to watch it. And that what really sucks is I've had my editor get way down the rabbit hole with editing a video, which is not cheap. It's very expensive to have an editor. I want him to be able to afford stuff and live a good life. So it costs money. I've had a couple of videos where he's gotten a good chunk of the way through, and I'm just I'm sorry, man. I just think the video sucks. I think we got to start over. And my editor's awesome. He doesn't get upset with me. He could definitely be you know what? Then fine, do it yourself, dude. But he doesn't. Have I heard about the state of CS2 on GeForce Now right now? It re-downloads all region packs every reboot. Taking up 40 minutes. I have not. I won't make a video because I haven't experienced it, but I'll do one better and I'll talk to Colossal Order. Thank you for the super chat, Gabriel. Sorry about that. I had no idea there was a thing. I'll bring that up. That's crazy. That is insane. Anyone remember the name of the map that we're playing on? Las Vegas Valley by Ash. Ash something. That's how it used to be for Game Pass too? Oof. That is terrible. I had no idea that that was a thing. Catch him. Monkey Fit. Oh my goodness, I've missed a whole bunch of activity. Oh no, I'm way back. I'm rewound. R2 Poll, thank you so much for the prime. Gotta love the transitioning to an economy where anything is possible. Everything is impossible where it's. Gotta love transitioning to an economy where it's impossible to own anything. Are you talking about the game or the real world? I feel like we're good now in the game. Wish we had a Mediterranean region pack. Yeah, I feel like there are a number of region packs that would be great to have. I hope that they continue with the concept of region packs, even if it's a paid version of it. I think I don't think it's sustainable to continue having free region packs forever. But I think that the idea of region packs is honestly pretty sick. So I in my ideal world, they would not just like continue with region packs. I think they should ask people, like they should have people vote on it. Like, what region pack would you like to see next? That'd be super cool. Like, I think that they need some like especially like seeing the response to all the news that just came out. It needs some like real solid wins, and I feel like that's a win. Like the region packs were a win. I think another win would be you know, getting more community involvement. Like especially if we're not going to be in a spot where we're going to have assets for a while, like that's a way to at least get people happy or ish, kind of. You just hope if they're paid, they're more consistent. That's actually at the very end of my last region pack video, which was not a well-received video. I actually made that exact same point. I was like I love the concept of region packs. However, like if we're gonna do this, like I really hope that it's dang it. Not enough water. You know what? I don't want to worry about this right now. I don't want to think about this. I need to think about this. This is why we didn't go with this before, if you recall. All the aquifers in this map are connected. And as a result, they get polluted. But it seems like this one's okay. Like, it's far enough away. Honestly, this one seems okay as well. I'm going to roll the dice, chat, and just place it right here and see what happens. It seems risky, but I don't know that we have an option. At the risk of getting in a little bit of trouble, they're all supposed to be the same amount, but the scope changed as you're working on them, as the circumstances changed for us creators. That makes sense. But yeah, if they're paid, which I think it's fine if they're paid. I think that they have to make money, especially if the creators are paid. I feel like consistency is going to be key. Oh, this is too ugly. I can't do it. I can't do it like that. I can't do it like that. I can't do it. I'm going to raise the highway up over the top of it and keep it level. Wouldn't a bridge make more sense than a tunnel? Yeah. Yeah. That's why I'm going that route. So the train bridge, I don't... Maybe... But I think because I'm trying to connect up so close at grade, and because it's a stream and not a video, and I don't have to respect history right now. You think the region pack distribution was so disproportionate? Just like the memes, which say when a band... Yeah, so I brought that up at the end of the video as well. That basically the entirety of the Southern Hemisphere wasn't represented. That is. I'm trying to think. For the content creator packs in CS1, outside of the African one, which came fairly late. I mean, that was part of the world tour. Were there any other region packs or content creator packs that addressed non-Northern Hemisphere areas? Think this seems tight? I think it means you just have to slow down. I think you're probably right. 90% of the world's population lives in the Northern Hemisphere. Okay. But still, even if most of the population is there, Brazil is a large company, or large country. Australia is a continent. All of South America matters. You know, like, I don't know. I get it. I hear your argument. And there's a lot of logic to it. From like a pure like business standpoint. I also know that like for fans of the game, like there's a large Brazilian fandom for the game. I mean, Klute Klute is Brazilian. Prolific Modder, Brazil LLC. You've never been to the Southern Hemisphere? You want to see content from there? So the one thing I fear, and I don't know the sales numbers for this, I am very curious to know what the African content creator pack numbers were like. Like if it did well or not, because that could like skew it. The thing about that pack though is it came so late in the game's life, and there was so much excellent content being released at the same time. Brazil is tricky, like the US. It varies from region to region. That's a good point. That is a very good point. You want the Antarctica region pack? I do as well. Just one base station and a bunch of ice, different ice props. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna have fun. Oh, I didn't do this. Dang it, it's all my fault. If I would have had straight slopes on, all of this would be better. I did that purposefully when we rebuilt some of this. And of course, as I go to link this up, I don't do it and I screw everything up. We're going up a hill. Perfect. Beautiful. You didn't even know about the Africa pack? It was very small compared to some of the other ones. It was not my favorite pack. it just didn't feel like it's not that the content was bad. It's that the content just like wasn't as fully fleshed out as the other stuff that we got at the same time. And I felt like the colors didn't quite jive. Like we got a Korean pack as well that like, while the assets were awesome, the colors seemed different. Something just seemed off about the colors. And I don't know how to like describe it besides that. Like it just seemed wrong. Art Deco is disappointing as you can't district it. Was that before? Because that was one of the first packs though. Because University City is the exact same way. And I love the assets, but you couldn't district those out either. And I don't know if that was like a time thing. Like, because Art Deco, I believe, is one of the first DLCs. The assets were lovely. So like, I thought that the assets were great. It was just agreed, like hard agree. Super disappointing that you couldn't district them out and had them spawn in specific locations. Had to have been late. Art Deco? No, I'm 1000% positive that Art Deco was early. Now I'm curious. Yeah, September 2016. Super early. This is one of the first things that came out for the game. Shroom Blaze put it together. Very, very good. I do really like the unique buildings though. Like in Verde Beach, like the Eddie Cavango building was like right at the center of it. It's one of the first prominent buildings I placed. It was just really unfortunate that you couldn't control where they would spawn. Like you guys said, like it just that you couldn't figure it out. The Africa pack was more in line with South Africa, which might as well be Europe or the US. Very few African style structures. Okay, hold on. Well, we still have this up. So this is what you got. Well, these pictures aren't really showcasing it very well. It's like little parks right here. Like this is one of the buildings that you get. I don't really know what building I'm looking at, actually, truthfully. These buildings, that one right there, they were neat. This conference center, this right here. Was it some of these zonables? Like some of the buildings are like mixed through here. I don't know. I feel like these images aren't really doing the pack justice. Like I'm not really getting the vibe of the whole pack. Then again, I can't exactly remember everything that was in there either. It wasn't, yeah, it's 11 unique buildings, 2 monuments, 4 service buildings, 9 growable buildings, 2 props. 9 growable buildings. That's not a lot. So I remember just like thinking like, woo, like when you release, I mean, that came out basically alongside of shopping malls, which was like, I love shopping malls. This is a King Leno special. 53 growable buildings, 4 unique buildings, which included a shopping plaza, large grocery store, medium grocery store, Mall of the Marvels. Like, just like a sorely missing category. And all the assets were sick. Like, that's like clearly a Whole Foods. You know, like, that is, like, it stunk that that was a special building. But also, or, no, I'm trying to think what it's called in Cities 1. But you guys know what I mean. You hope you get the whole concerts thing that expanded. Concerts was super cool. The idea anyway. And like seeing what like Sully was able to do with the LA series. Like I would love if like that idea could be fleshed out and turned into like reasonable content. Like, yeah, that'd be cool. Like the TV station. Yeah, the TV station, I like that one too. The content. not just TV stations in general. Pricing of Skylines DLC never made any sense to you. It's like a jumbled mess of higher value, low cost, low value, high cost content, and everything in between. I will hard agree with that. I generally don't understand the pricing. I mean, but I also like, I'm also the person who like went hard at beach properties when that came out and was like, I don't understand what you're doing with pricing, man. like, but I don't know. I don't know. So the thing I struggle with, and I don't know how you guys feel about this. In my gut, know that video game prices have to go up from what I want them to be. You know, like when I saw that Civ was $70, really sucks. Should Civ be $70? Like if it's like fully awesome and like in perfect state of affairs. I don't know, like back in the day when these games are selling for like 50 or $60, or like Cities Skylines 1 selling for 30, and we adjust that for inflation, like should it be worth 50 now? Like maybe. Yeah, they've been at 60 since the 90s. I'm curious. I'm gonna finish this highway and then get this running, and I want to look up something. I seem to recall, again, dating myself, going to KB Toys in the mall and getting going to KB Toys and getting Game Boy games for $20. Back in like 90, probably like 94, 95. If it was a complete game, it'd be worth it. But here's the thing. It was a lot easier to make the games back in the day. So I like, yes, they should deliver a complete game, but also like, I do wonder personally. Okay. How much was Mario 3 when it released? It was $50 in 1990 when it released. That'd be nearly 120 today if you want to believe this website. The receipt. Sure enough. So okay. So let's look up the inflation calculator and we'll say this is, I'm not going to just believe the website. So if you were to buy Mario 3 today, it'd be $124.65. So that's a lot of money for a game. And like if Mario Wonder came out at $125, people would egg Nintendo. They would say, you guys are insane. But like without a doubt, it took like way more money to develop Mario Wonder, and way more time and way more manpower. So like it just not easier at all, but cheaper. Oh yeah, you're right. It was assembly, so that would have been much harder. So but when you think about that, wait, Atari game, Twila's was 45 as well. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is one of the things I think about. And I like, wild speculation. I wonder how the lack of change in video game pricing has impacted the quality of our deliveries. It also makes me think, like, with all the games that are like being delivered with microtransactions, is a part of that to make up for the lack of difference in base game price. Like Mario 3 had no upgrades. It had no fixes. It just was what it was. So you paid your $125, which sounds insane. If you pay that money and then it's just like you have a complete game forever, it doesn't get better or worse. If there are bugs, you have bugs. Yeah, I just wonder. Should you buy CS2 now or shall you wait for the reviews to be more positive? That is a completely personal decision that I cannot make for you. There are some people that really love to play it. There are others that do not. I am one of the people who enjoys significant aspects of it and also finds frustration in others. Also, I am super biased. Like, I have a YouTube channel where I play this game. So like I don't want to tell you, yeah, buy it. Clearly, I am gonna play the game. I also enjoy the game. I wouldn't have made a YouTube channel where I play the game if I didn't like it. So, yeah, is it a good game? For some people. If you don't have a high-powered computer, so many people will reach out to me like, how do you get it to run like that in your system? Well, I have a ridiculous machine. I purposely got a ridiculous machine so that I could show you the best version of the game, regardless of what I'm playing. Yeah. Mario 3 sold 17.28 million units. Adjusted for inflation, Mario 3 made $2.16 billion. That is insane. That is insane. That is crazy. And also awesome. That makes me it's one of the greatest games of all time. It better have made a ton of money. That is sick, though. That is wild. You have Mario 3? I don't know how many times I bought Mario 3, but it's too many. I bought so last time I still told the story about how my video game collection was unfortunately sold for $100. I repurchased there was a special edition. Oh no. There was a special edition that came out for the Switch of Mario All-Stars. Was it? No, for the Wii U. The original Wii. I have that. That was one of the many times I bought Mario 3. I think it might have also been on the DS. I think I bought it then too. Or no, Game Boy Advance. Bought it there. Because when Mario 3 goes on sale, you gotta buy it. Good morning, 1994 Farmer. Thank you for being here. There were less games to split the gamer market. Most people that were gamers bought Mario 3. These days, there's much more competition. That's a heck of a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I think about that a lot. I get a lot of developers that will reach out to me and give me a game key. Just kind of hoping that I'll play it on the channel. And that is straight up if you were on Steam and you put in a ton of time into developing a game, especially if you're an indie, a small indie, how do you get eyeballs on your game when there's a game released that's more sidetrack? How often are games released on Steam? AI. Okay. There are 2 games released on Steam per hour on average. How do you get your game to stand out? How do you become banana? That's wild. Wild. Painful to see. Probably games per hour region of data. You think so? there's also more people showing off games. Sure. I do think though, like I think about the number of like probably games that are really high quality that never get eyeballs on them now. So you made a very good point by saying like kind of a captive audience before in the past. If Nintendo's the only game in town, you know, reasonably, and everyone has a Nintendo. I mean, I don't know about you guys, for people who are like my age. My grandparents had a Nintendo, both sides. And I would just take Mario 3 over to my grandparents' house and I was able to play it there. And I remember all of my family members getting together, like the adults would get together to play like Duck Hunt, and like my grandparents. It was like a real bonding thing where like people were like really into video games. Streamers is the best way. I get that. It would be good to have someone showcase it. It's painful for you to see an empty median without anything. You're so used to trees and medians. Here? Oh, we're still working on things. I don't even know what this is right now. This Mulligan Boulevard. It'll get its median at some point. It's trees in the median. At this point, we're just trying to go over the top of the train. Love Duck Hunt or Excite Bike. Excite Bike was like my game. I could play that game for just so many hours. Like, as a kid, I never really got into Zelda, or for me, it was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, all the Mario games, Excite Bike. I mean, really, that was kind of it. Kirby. Basically anything first-party Nintendo. Kid Icarus, I like that one too. 90s were great for games. So good. So good. Did you miss a GeoGuessr? No, we haven't done it yet. Although, oh my goodness. I did not realize it's almost 1 o'clock for me. I will cool it on road building soon, and we'll have to play some GeoGuessr and call it so I can get up at a rational time. Yeah, it is pretty late. I lose track of time often. It's a bad flaw of mine. It's 9:40 for you. Punch Out. Oh, Punch Out was so good. I loved Punch Out. Such a good game. Yeah, that was like, even for the Xbox though, like I really enjoyed Fight Nights. Like, all my roommates and I used to get together and just play Fight Nights for hours and hours and hours and hours. Every game I mentioned made the musical theme run through your head. You're 44. You lived through all that stuff. Your first system was the arcade, the Atari 2600. So I'm a little too young for the Atari 2600. My when I would go to my grandpa's though, he had an old Atari, and I would play like, you know, Pac-Man, Mrs. Pac-Man, the original Mario Brothers, Space Invaders, Pong. Like, still a lot, like, certainly like very simple games in comparison to like the Nintendo, but very enjoyable. You remember GoldenEye and Cruising USA on the N64? GoldenEye was the so that one's on Game Pass right now. I went to try to play it. It does not hold up. But that was such a fun game. If there's anything that I miss about like old school gaming, it was like couch co-op. Like, I just like, it's what we do at home, like with our kids. Like, we'll do like, we play Overcooked probably like 2 or 3 nights a week. And then we'll play like Crossy Kaz or something like that. Like, just being able to sit next to somebody and see their reactions is just like so much more satisfying than playing someone online. Like it's great that you can play people online. It's just not the same. Have I played Played Up? I have not, but I saw it. Is Played Up any good? And perhaps more importantly, would Played Up be okay for kids? Because like, I'm fine with not playing with them actually. GoldenEye pause soundtrack? I forgot all about that. You love the controls are so difficult now. Vainglorious and popular, I completely agree. Like that, so the whole reason why it doesn't hold up is first-person shooter controls have gotten so much better that when you're forced to go back to GoldenEye, like the whole reason why the controls now are as good as they are is because GoldenEye was so well refined, you know. Yeah, it took GoldenEye to get there, and now it doesn't feel good. Yes, it's okay for kiddos. A little, it's like Overcooked, but a little more difficult. So when we got our PS5, I picked up the there's a version of Overcooked that has everything. It was on sale for like $5, and I tried to play some of the more difficult levels with them, and they just like we had to make smoothies, and like not gonna happen. Just like nope. But I kind of like it because like it's been an interesting adjustment. Like my wife and I have always bonded over gaming together, and it's great that we can share that with our kids, but also like sometimes like we want to play without our kids, and it's good to have a game like that too. What am I missing? There it is. First time you played OG Doom, over a decade, you were shocked at how there was no mouse look. And you know a game I used to love that I should try to go back and play again? Duke Nukem. Like I remember getting Duke Nukem on the 64 and just like loving it. That and Turok. I wonder how those ones would hold up. Crazy Taxi. I actually have I think I have Crazy Taxi. Yeah, I have it right here. That holds up all right. Stardew would be easy enough to take seriously, but also let the kids play together. So the Stardew is one that we have. My wife got into like year 3 on like her very first save, and is like really far along, and like it's not really, you get that far in Stardew, it's like not super fun anymore. You have so much money, like just like how many iridium bars can I collect? So she's been taking that save and playing with the kids. So yeah, we tried. So I really wanted to play modded Stardew, so we picked up some mods, and then it was just always a pain to get the controllers connected. Like trying to Bluetooth 4 Xbox controllers to the home theater PC was every single time a disaster. And I don't know if I'm just like, I don't know if I'm a dumbass or if it's just like Bluetooth pairing is just not fun ever, ever on a PC for controllers. But I just like, eventually like there were just enough times I'm just like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like we'll just play on our Switch and it'll be fine. Connecting multiple controllers to PC is always difficult for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Oh, Papa, that's smart. Use a dongle. Well, actually, that wouldn't work for me either. So the Xbox was our first. It's the Series S was our first family system, and it got just wrecked. Like all the controllers, while they were charging, Maybe this is why they give you the batteries in 2025. I don't know. I don't know why they would do that. Outside of the kids would like crank the controllers around, and as a result, all the USB inputs are broken. Like they like intermittently will disconnect, so you can't really use them for anything besides charging if you're gonna like angle it. Outside of that, it doesn't work. All these old school games are making you nostalgic. What's going on? Oh, I should explain that. Well, we've demolished most of the city because that's what everything that I've been doing lately in all cities I've been building is just demolishing the entire city. So we're doing that here too. So we demolished most of the city, rebuilt it, and tried to expand rapidly. Crashed partway through, so I had to go back about a half an hour, but we recovered. We're making enough money now to exist. And we're taking some inspiration from northern Nevada cities and the way that they're laying things out. Although we didn't get very far. I got riled up and became a meme as a result. So, you know, that's what we're up to. The USB dongle is wireless. Wait, what? Hey, Glorious, do you have a link to that? Can you send me that on Discord? Because I would be super interested in that. Do you have to use like, is it one dongle per controller? It doesn't really matter. I'd still do it. You've been away from gaming watching for quite a while. Is CS2 like any better now? In some ways it's much better. In other ways it hasn't changed. For some people they get lots of crashes. For others they don't. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. King's Quest. Why does that sound familiar? I'm a meme. I started ranting about like public workers and how they're not the devil because I got upset. And apparently it's doing things online. Oh well. Still some significant issues, but it's better than launch. Yeah. So it's an OG adventure game. Huh. Look into it. What am I? Who am I kidding? I feel like I always say I'm gonna look into a game, and there are games that I should look into, and I'm not. Tony Hawk games were so fun too. I actually just bought, and that's like, I don't play a lot of games outside of YouTube, but I've been playing Tony Hawk and just loving it. Partially because my kids will watch me play Tony Hawk, and it all just like immediately came back to me, and I'm like, still pretty good. Tony Hawk was one of those games that I was like, I don't know why I was good at it, but like I got real good at Tony Hawk. And then I was like, you know what I need to do with my life? I need to learn how to skateboard. And I bought a skateboard, and I realized that Tony Hawk is nothing like reality. And I'll never be good at that, but I'm still good at Tony Hawk. So I bought that, and I've really been enjoying that. It's still fun to this day. Skate 2 was peak skateboarding games. So I had a buddy who was like, he was the skate guy, and I could just like the 2-stick controls just like never clicked in my head. I feel like you were either a skate person or a Tony Hawk person, and like I didn't know anyone who was like, I like both. You were like one or the other. You love Tony Hawk? Wait, Poplar, you liked both? You are a unicorn, my friend. You are a unicorn. That's awesome, though. I think legitimately, I think you might be the only person I know that has said that, which is awesome. I got an extra node, and as a result, it's like dropping a pillar onto the train track. You like both too, Agupta? There were more skating games. Yeah, so Skate was EA, wasn't it? Back when EA was like still like putting out a lot of really good stuff. Tony Hawk was nostalgic and Skate revolutionized the controller. I think it revolutionized it a little bit too much for me. Roman, thank you for being here. It was EA. I used to love EA though. I mean, EA, that's like Need for Speed EA, and like the only thing I didn't like about EA is it was Madden, like what they did with Madden at that point in time. I was so into EA games at one point. There was a website. I don't know if it still exists. Probably not. It was called the NBA Live Series Center, and NBA Live was actually the first game I ever modded. I didn't mod, but like I got mods for. And I got custom rosters and player skins and stuff. Loved it. First PC game that I was ever like, I'm gonna try something wild with this. NFL 2K has always been better than Madden. I mean, that is precisely why they eliminated it. You remember playing a game called Airblade? It was a weird one, but it was fun in a fun way. That sounds familiar. The building of the highway feels like a problem. I think you were right about that. The rail's a problem too. What I want to do with the rail. Now, I'm not going to build it tonight because I think we're almost done. Something's got to change with this arterial. Well, yeah, I'm not even going to try. This has to go somewhere else, though. Like, I think this can't be here. I want to separate this. So I think I want to send this back and make it feel like it's going back here for some reason. And we'll take our rail depot and add it, or our rail yard and add it out here. And it'll give a rationale for our industry area rather than just like, we plopped it right here because we could, like, which is what we're doing right now. So I just want to rethink it all. There was not a lot of thought that went into this. I think it'll be better. You sent me a screenshot of your desert build in the same map in Discord. Do you think I will love it? Icy, I'll take a look. Take a look. Unless, no, I won't do that. Have I played Outpost? Never heard of it. Little Big Planet? When I picked up the PS5, Little Big Planet was on sale. So not only do I have it for PS3 and 4, I picked it up for PS5 as well. Outpost was a disaster. What was wrong with it? Well, the EA hockey games were fun. I had the hockey on Sega Genesis. So Phil, you're living on a typical Soviet micro district. You have 3 medians, 2 in between the outer and the inner lanes, 1 for pedestrians in the right and the middle of the inner lanes. Oh, interesting. So everyone has their own space. That would seem very unsafe to me. Maybe I just need to see it. Widest street ever. So it's kind of like the East Washington we were talking about. Terribly. Oh, infamously. So that game we were talking about is infamously broken. Build a space colony. Thought it was cool, but super unstable and crashed a lot. Well, some things never change. Well, we didn't sprawl as much as I had hoped. We did dramatically grow the city, though. It's 7 times bigger than it was. That's a thing. If we keep doing 7 times bigger, we'll get to 1 million. We'll build the desert mega city that should never exist. It'll be amazing. Burnout Paradise? I actually found Burnout Paradise next to Cities XXL. When I found a CD spindle and it was on there with it. Have I played Subnautica or Planetcraft? I have not. I have not. American Dubai? Las Vegas? True. And we just got done talking about how sustainable Las Vegas actually is. So shouldn't be talking crap. Yeah, thank you for bringing up Taiwan. Yeah, that's what we're looking at for the real assets here. Okay, folks. It is 1 a.m. for me. I think we're gonna play one round of GeoGuessr. I know that there are gonna be some folks who are not interested, and for all those folks, I want to thank you for being here. And thank you. I know. Busy town. I know I got heated earlier, and I'm sorry. I don't generally like to get upset, and I apologize for that. I will try to do better in future streams, not get so mad. Also, I will stand up for public servants. So I guess if you want to bait me into getting mad, just like crap on public servants, and I'll probably get mad. So anyway, yeah, send me a map, Ocarina. Appreciate that. Okay, don't apologize. I appreciate you guys. Let's you can look at my face for a second while I get set up. And we'll be in Chrome. I don't know if you guys noticed. After Firefox updated their privacy policy, and I realized that like they're no better than Google, I figure I might as well have a browser that at least works well. So I'm back to Chrome, and I'm much happier. It works well. I feel bad, but it works well. Okay. Want to try Arc? Arc what? You switch to Brave? Isn't Brave just Chrome but with crypto? That's my understanding of Brave. I could be wrong. Don Waldy, thank you so much for the tier 1. 14 months. Good morning from Australia, Building and Brews. My daughter made a logo for Building and Brews. And it could be for coffee. It's like what you're drinking. I need to show it. She emailed me, but it didn't come to my email. I wanted to show it. Never apologize for being you on your stream. I appreciate that. No, I just know that there are people who want a chill time. And I didn't necessarily provide that today. But also I feel good about things I said. So Brave has always been Chromium. Good and bad with public service, just like all professionals. I'm sure most try to do their best at the local level. Completely agree. I think that the tough thing, the last thing I'll say about this is it is easy to get demoralized the higher the level of government. Like I did not enjoy working for the state. I think I've been pretty honest about that. Wasn't my cup of tea. A lot of people love it though. I enjoyed the local government a lot more. Just my personal perspective. One more on this. Mana Lily. Have fun. Good night. Have a good night. And yes, I will defend the public service. You want to be my friend, Nathan? That's fine. I don't know what that means. Summer Song, thank you for the prime. Steven, thank you so much for becoming associate planner on YouTube. Gabriel. Oh. Bummer. Guess who got upset and didn't drink his beer and then spilled it on his phone dock? This guy. Oh, bummer. I probably should have drank my beer and not gotten mad. If I would have drank my beer, I would not have gotten mad. You became the host? I don't think that's possible. Is it? Done. Have a good day at work. Better than drinking your beer and then getting mad? True. I forgot about my beer. I'll be honest. think I drank like half of it and spilled the rest on my desk. So give me a second. Once I get this cleaned up, I'll just start the game. We'll play one round. I think we're just going to play World today. And then we'll just... because I realized so any channel members on YouTube who've taken a look at the video have seen that like it's up there, but there's no description of what the video is. I probably should tell people what it is about, considering it launches in 9 hours. Outpost 2 is on GOG. It's good. Don, I might have to check it out then. I'm gonna check it out. All right, let's hop in. If I had drunk the beer and got triggered, then it could have escalated. Well, that's the trick. In Wisconsin, we have tolerance, very high tolerance. We drink too much, so it would take more than just that one. Although this is a very strong beer. Finland, Italy. Looks like oh 011. Is that Italy? Somewhere in Europe, you think? I think we're in Europe too. Just like on a stretch of highway without any road signs. Like any road sign would be helpful. Eastern Europe. That looks like a Finnish house. Well, that's not going to go well for me. You know what? We're in Serbia. We're in Serbia. Yes, locked it in. We're in Serbia. Oh, yeah. I feel good about that. 95 miles away. 5th place. Well, guys, I think I got to quit while I'm ahead, so I'm gonna have to leave. How did I get that? I have no idea. It's definitely GeoGuessr, and I guessered that one, and it worked well. Now we're in Finland for sure. Oh, there's a road sign. Estonia? I feel like we've been in Estonia a lot lately. This could be Finland or Estonia. It's Estonia. And Estonia's not big. So I'm going to select the middle of Estonia right now while I look for a place. Okay, Estonia. Why is Muski a crazy name? Oh, God, when is this from? Are we in GeoGuessr 19 GeoGuessr 2004? This is brutal. Estonia, locking it in. It's Estonia. Vaseline on the lens. It's Estonia. Not as close as some people, within 50 miles. And I feel 3rd place in total standings. Feel good. I feel good. Popper, I do 2 in a row. No, I'm not getting good. I've gotten very lucky. And now here's where it all goes downhill. Because I have guesses now, and I'm guessing that they are very wrong. I think there is a very real chance I go to the wrong continent this time. Whoa, 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 whoa. There was a URL. Did you guys see that? A domain? It's Finland. .fi, Finland, right? Very similar. Relatives. Looks Finnish. It's all in English. Everybody you meet is a friend. That sounds nice at the Cafe Europa. So this... Very nice. Finland's so nice. Like, that was one of my takeaways of like visiting. Is just like Finland's super nice, and I understand why people are happy. I'm gonna say it's not Helsinki. I'm gonna say it's this city, Turku. Not close. Or I was close, but not close enough. Close enough for 4th place. I'm falling out of the top 5. Pori. Looks very nice. Looks very nice. Yep, Finland. Pori in Finland. Yep. Close. I'll take it. That's 12th place. Wait. Vainglorious. You're in here, right? It was quite pretty. I like that. Here's where the wheels fall off. Palm trees. What appears to be Spanish. Villas. Yeah, it's definitely Spanish. Oh, it's Portuguese? That's a heck of a hint. Prodigy. Prodigy Internet. I had not thought about that in a long time. Oh boy, if I knew the international calling codes, Hotmail? Who advertises their Prodigy and their Hotmail? It's Portugal. I think it's Portugal too. Oh, it's Mexico. Oh. Oh my goodness. Brutal. South of Mexico City. Oof. Oof, that hurt. That one hurt. That one really hurt. That one really hurt. I was middle of the pack at 14 points. At least it hurt everybody. 14 points of shame for real. Like, that was not good. Okay. Sweet. This is how we end the round with me getting 14 more points. It looks like we're on the moon. We're going into a mine? This is insanity. How are they even able to get, like, this is crazy. If you, like, legitimately, like, you can think, like, there's a Google person driving through what appears to be a private mine somewhere random. India? It's... I should have looked back at those vehicles more. That's probably our tell. And there's some trees there. Or foliage. Oh. Turkey. Oh. Turkey. It was turkey. It was turkey. That's 351 miles, but you know what? I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that. That is good for 7th. Good for 7th. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was a good one. My guesses are really annoying. I have succeeded then. Especially, it feels especially good to come in just a little bit in front of B. Skylines. Well, RK, good game, first place. Night Shift, good game, second place. V City, good game. Hacken, thank you. Good game. And Nathan, good game. Dylan, good game as well. Honestly, everyone, good game. Good game. And Jay, wow. It's awesome. It looks just like you. No other round. Not tonight. I've been streaming, I think, longer than I probably should have been. Only 4.5 hours, but it feels a lot longer. You've never been more mad? Listen, I've never been more proud. The other thing. Okay. I beat both B. Squigelhausen and Brandon. I gotta quit while I'm ahead. So I'm gonna thank everybody. That was fun. Thank you all. I always enjoy GeoGuessr. But like, quick before we leave, I want to know next time. Do you guys want, during the daytime stream, we start having a mid-stream GeoGuessr for a couple of rounds? Do you guys want to start doing that at night as well? If Riri's on, we'll definitely raid Riri. That's cool, in my opinion. JD, have a good night, man. Good to have you in here. You think that would be good here too? Maybe. Yeah, let me know. No. I tell you what, next stream, if I crash, we have crashing GeoGuessr. I'll leave a poll next time. We'll do a poll. But in the meantime, I want to say goodbye to YouTube. So if Twitch, we give YouTube some hearts before we raid someone. Riri. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything. I had a good time in the stream tonight. Passionate debates too. I appreciate that. And thank you guys. The next episode will be out in a little under 9 hours. It's a good one. Hopefully enjoy it. And yeah, look forward to next week. Goodbye, Twitch. See you, YouTube. Take care. Bye-bye. Stay here, Twitch. Stay here. I got to pull